just 30 seconds and go over the emergency response
please
plan
do.
for this room? Yeah.
I'm so eager.
So, in an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. And finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'll begin the meeting with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Who's beside you?
I'm here. Councillor Tang.
Oh, Councillor Tank, thank you. Councillor Tank's here online. The mayor is in transit. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson. Salvador.
Ooh, get the jar. Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Okay. Apologies to my colleague. It's, adoption of the agenda. I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda.
If we could first go over any declaration of pecuniary or conflict of interest.
Of course, thank you so much. Before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or a family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or a family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move to adoption of the agenda. This time I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda.
I move to adopt the agenda that the February 3rd, 2026 City Council public hearing agenda be adopted with the following changes. Replacement attachments 3.6 bylaw 21403 to amend the Stillwater neighborhood structure plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Parmar. Any questions?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Any questions? Any debate? Please call the vote. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Thank you, councillors. We're just waiting on one more.
Oh, I'm a yes, it's just loading.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I'm not aware of a council protocol recognition item, unless I missed one. Nope. And we'll now move to explanation of the public hearing process and calls for persons to speak. So, Clerk, I'll read the preamble at this time.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, before we begin, I would like to give a brief overview of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will state the number of speakers that are registered to speak to the bylaw. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. For each item selected by council, administration will first provide a presentation. Next, I will call on the names of each registered speaker and invite them to make their presentations. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer, which will be displayed in the virtual meeting and on the screen in the chamber. The timer lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when 5 minutes are up. When there are multiple speakers registered for an item, speakers will be placed in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. When everyone in your panel has had their turn to speak, members of council may ask questions of you and the other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Finally, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. For everyone participating virtually, I ask that you please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Chair Jans. Items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 21405, to amend the White Mud District Plan? Item 3.2, Bylaw 21406, to amend the zoning bylaw 20001 to add a new special area, or item 3.3, bylaw 21407, to allow for transit-oriented development adjacent to the Century Park Transit Center, Erminskin.
So I have five individuals in favor. I don't have to read out their names, right?
Nope, you can just let us know how many are in favor and how many in opposition.
So I count 5 speakers in favor, and I count 2 speakers in opposition.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, bylaw 21401, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Holyrood?
I count 2 speakers in favor and 0 speakers in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, bylaw 21402, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, the Uplands?
I count 3 speakers in favor and none in opposition.
Is there anyone to, items 3.6 and 3.7 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to 3.6, bylaw 21403, to amend the Stillwater Neighborhood Structure Plan, and item 3.7, bylaw 21404, to allow for small-scale commercial development, the preservation of natural area, smaller-scale parks and amenities, and a range of small to medium-scale residential housing, Stillwater?
I count 2 speakers in favor and 0 in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, bylaw 21389, to allow for commercial and limited light industrial businesses, Place La Rue?
I count 1 in favor, 0 in opposition.
Items 3.9 and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 21331, to amend the Jasper Place District Plan, or item 3.10, Bylaw 21332, to allow for light industrial and small commercial businesses, Edmonton Industrial?
I count 2 speakers in favor, none in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, bylaw 21343, to close a portion of undeveloped road right-of-way, Shawnee?
I count 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12, bylaw 21393, to allow for mid-rise multi-unit residential development and ensuring a pedestrian-oriented ground-level interface downtown?
I count 3 speakers in favor and 1 speaker in opposition.
And is there anyone to speak to item 3.13, Charter Bylaw 21369, to amend the Meadows catchment within Charter Bylaw 14380, arterial roads for development?
I count 1 speaker in favor and no speakers in opposition. Okay. So that's the call for persons to speak. At this time, do we need a motion to hear from the speakers, clerk?
Not at public hearing, no.
Okay, so we just move ahead to the bylaws and related reports.
That is correct.
And as such, I believe we had 1 item of unfinished business from the last hearing, right?
Yes, and so first we will want to select which items that council wants to discuss.
Excellent. Okay, please hop on the board if there are, actually, before we select the items, I'll give them a minute to get settled, actually. I think is this the same school or 2 schools coming in? 2, okay. Well, maybe we'll do this way first. Which school is seated? Mine. And you are? St. Paul. St. Paul, excellent. Well, would the chamber please give a warm welcome to the students of St. Paul's School, the grade 2-3 class, Teacher Hudson and Teacher Guzzo? Welcome so much from Ward Nakota Iska. Please, everybody, give them a warm welcome from the chamber. Now, St. Paul students, your counselor is Counselor Clark, Counselor Reed Clark, And Councillor Clark, are you going to have a chance to visit with them today or say hi?
We had a chance to visit yesterday. They were here for City Hall School, so we were able to catch up and go over a whole bunch of things. So, yeah, it was great to meet them and get all their tough questions and do my best to answer them.
Excellent. Welcome again to all of the students. We also, taking seats, are the Greenfield students seated? If you're from Greenfield, give us a wave. Excellent. Okay, well, will the chamber give a warm welcome to the students from Greenfield School, the grade 6 class with teacher Ramsey. Students, you're in Ward Papasteo, and I am your city councilor, and I hope that I'll have a chance to say hi to you today. But because you may notice the mayor is not here, the mayor is on his way to meet with important people in Ottawa with the federal government. So he's trying to get money and support and things for Edmonton. So he has to go on that trip. So because I'm called the deputy mayor, I'm acting to chair the meeting today. So that means I'm not allowed to step out and talk to you. I have to be here to rule the meeting. So thank you for coming, and I hope we'll connect another time. So welcome again to the students from Greenfield School. So on that, selections for the items today, please signify. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll select 312.
Okay. Anything else? Councillor Stevenson? Nope, just 312? Yeah. Councillor Wright.
313, please.
Are there any other selections? Going once. I believe there's speakers on the first item. Oh, sorry, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, we'll take 3.1.
Okay, Councillor Morgan has 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. Confirming there's no other speakers, no other items to be selected. Take a motion to approve. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so if there's no other items selected, I'll move to close the public hearing on item 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11. And that's it.
Second.
Okay. Any questions? Any debate? We'll call the question then on the approval of those items. And I'm a yes.
Clarify, it's the closure of the public hearing on
Oh,
those
sorry,
items.
closure of public hearing on those items as listed. Please vote, and I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move first reading on all the aforementioned items.
Second.
Okay, questions, debate? Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Questions, debate? Please call the vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading on the aforementioned items.
Second.
Okay, seconded. Councillor Parmar, calling the vote for consideration only. Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Councillor Rutherford.
Yep, I will move third and final reading on bylaw 21401, bylaw 21402, bylaw 21403, bylaw 21404, bylaw 21389, charter bylaw 21331, bylaw 21332, bylaw 21343,
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you, Councillor Parmar. Any questions? Any debate? Please call the vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, clerk, do we need a, what's the next step here? Do you read out the items?
So depending on the will of council, was mentioned at the previous city council public hearing that the practice might be to bring forward items postponed at the previous meeting. So that is an option if someone wants to do that. Otherwise, you proceed in the order as presented.
Okay, Councillor Wright.
Hi, I would like to move that we bring forward item 3.13.
Second.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on bringing 313 forward? Any debate? Okay, please call the question. I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. So, clerk, we'll begin with item 3.13. Where were we in the process? Were we at? We'd gone through. Had we began the item? Okay. So does administration have a presentation?
Yes, we do.
Yep. Please begin.
Good morning. This charter bylaw amends bylaw 14380, arterial roads for development, in order to advance roadway upgrades by adjusting the shared responsibilities between the city of Edmonton and area developers within the Meadows catchment area. The amendment will support prioritization of arterial road network improvements to address increased pressures in the southeast area of the city. Please note that the overall funding commitments for developers and the city will remain unchanged from the current bylaw. Next slide, please. The Meadows catchment is located south of Whitemud Drive, east of 34th Street, and northwest of Anthony Hinder Drive. Based on the findings of the Transportation Infrastructure Projection Study, area developers will now be responsible for the improvements as shown on the map to the right. This includes the widening of 17th Street from 2 to 4 lanes from Silverberry Road to 35 Avenue, which includes the culvert extension of a creek crossing, and the widening of 23rd Avenue from 2 to 4 lanes from 24th Street to 32B Street. Area developers will no longer be responsible for the widening of 23rd Avenue east of 13th Street from 2 to 4 lanes. Next slide, please. There were recent improvements by area developers in the Meadows area that enhanced the network, such as the widening of 17th Street to 4 lanes between Silverberry Road and 23rd Avenue. Additionally, there are ongoing improvements by area developers, such as the widening of 17th Street to 4 lanes between 23rd Avenue and Anthony Hinder Drive, which is expected to be completed in the next 2 to 3 years. Next slide, please. Administration recommends support for this amendment. It presents a solution that reasonably addresses some of the existing traffic congestion and safety challenges in the short term. It maintains the overall funding commitments for developers and the city, and demonstrates ongoing collaboration between the administration and the Meadows area developers. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of administration?
We
I'll go to the.
do have a public speaker who is available to answer questions if there are questions to the public speaker.
Oh, that's speaker one. Okay. Are there, that's questions only? Yep. Councilor Wright, do you have questions of the administration or the speaker?
Not at this time of the speaker, but I do of administration.
Okay, please proceed.
I guess, first of all, on the slides there where it's showing the train crossing, there's no intent to put a bridge over those train crossings, correct? So those costs aren't included in anything.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so for the past 4 years, I've been being told that that section at Mill Creek requires an environmental impact assessment. So that's been done now, that we can amend, make that amendment in the bylaw for saying culvert only?
I'm not sure if the assessment is done, but what will be the future step is, as per the ARP, there is a strategic assessment that is needed, and that will be done keeping in mind the culvert extension to mitigate any impacts to wildlife and biodiversity.
So in the event that a wildlife crossing is required to go over the road, at whose cost would that be?
That will be city's cost.
And do we have funds available to cover that cost?
We don't at the moment.
Okay. So why hasn't the assessment been completed yet then?
Councillor, I believe it is related to the funding component. What we tried to do, bringing this bylaw forward, we were competing with, we had competing priorities in front of us. One is the ecological connectivity versus road user safety and congestion. And at this point, what the corridor is in the current state, carrying 30,000 vehicles per day on a 2-lane road, is fairly substantial and needs immediate attention.
30,000, and I think the guideline says 15 to 18,000, is that right?
That is correct. So this is
And when would we have hit that trigger, that 15 to 18?
This must be easily 5 years ago.
I just don't want to see this stalled again without knowing for sure whether or not we're going to be impeded by not having that environmental impact assessment done to confirm culvert only. And I'm just wondering, what would be the process to remove that from the bylaw? Would it require re-advertising?
So as part of the widening, there will be a need to widen the culvert. That is a given.
Right.
So it will be part of the amendment. It is accounted for within this exchange with the developer responsibility. It is already there in the proposal you have in front of you.
Yeah, but what if the environmental impact assessment says, nope, culvert's not good enough, we need a wildlife crossing?
I believe there are other mitigation measures. If we see that a culvert is already there and it is just 2-3 years old, I won't be able to speak as an ecologist, but I believe there are other mitigation measures that can be accounted for to keep that ecological connectivity in check.
So I guess why has this been a sticking point for the past 4 years? If you think the culvert's going to be okay, why haven't we continued on?
Councillor, it just boils down to the order of magnitude of cost. Just to give you an idea, what we are doing through this bylaw is transferring 700 meter of roadway construction, exchanging that construction between the developer and the city. And within the ARA bylaw, we don't have ability to add anything over and above. Wildlife passage crossings are fairly a higher cost. And this practice, this area got approved back in when it predates BREATHE and all other strategies that we have intact today. So what we are doing here is primarily exchanging that 700 meters of construction, making sure that the overall cost remains the same for the developer and remains the same for the current obligation for the city.
But again, we're going to be back to the same point if it's determined that a wildlife crossing is required. So, and then, again, we'll probably be up to 50,000 vehicles as things continue to develop within the old Mill Creek nursery lands. Okay, the other question that I have is in relation to south of the Henday on 17th Street. I thought I read in the report or somewhere that the anticipated widening of that section south of 23rd Avenue will be 2 to 3 years?
That's correct.
And how is that determined?
So that is determined through subdivision approvals that have occurred in Astor neighborhood, and there are commitments in place from the area developers.
Okay, and those commitments and funding that have already been provided were for costs at the time of those approvals, right?
Yes, and it is for the portion that's already in the ARA bylaw.
Okay, and so how much have those costs escalated since those approvals?
None, because that's the essence of this change, that we don't want to add any additional cost to the catchment.
But the actual cost of construction in today's dollars?
So what happens with ARA rates, every year we revisit the construction cost and update the rates. So it is through that process, there is that organic way to account for any escalations or
My time
inflation.
is up because that kind of conflicts with something that I heard last week. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Appreciate Councillor Wright's questions and just wanted to dig into those a little bit further for my better understanding. So I apologize for my confusion on this. So I believe we had a previous policy that was 2 lanes developer contribution, 2 lanes city. We've now moved to 4 lanes developer.
That's correct, for a portion of the road. That is 2 lanes at the moment, and it requires to be 4 lanes. So if you see on the map, if clerks can bring the map back, that would be slide 2. So it's a 700 meters of that roadway that is a bottleneck.
So those current segments are 2 lanes?
Correct.
And that was paid for by developer contributions previously?
Yes.
And now there's going to be 2 lanes, developer contributions, but offset by removing it on 23rd Avenue. I guess my question is, are current subdivisions contributing the 4-lane amount? Like, do they fall under the new policy, or are these legacy, and so that the overall contribution is still just limited to the 2 lanes?
So overall contribution is, as I was mentioning, is determined year over year. Whatever rate the previous subdivisions have paid, we cannot go back and recharge the levy. What we will do is, whatever is the current rate, through this calculation of 700-meter exchange, we made sure that the obligations are basically the same for both city and the developer. And then going forward, whatever the developments are coming on board, they will be paying the rate.
I think where my confusion lies is that our updated policy has changed the city's contribution. It's gone from 2 lanes to, I think, none, or only 2 if it needs to go up to 6. So my question is, are developers contributing on the basis of 4 lanes or 2 lanes?
Councillor, which policy are you referring to? Just for my clarification, sorry for that.
So the ARA bylaw,
Okay.
I had understood that the previous ARA bylaw, the contribution was 2 lanes from developers, and then that was matched with 2 lanes from the city.
Correct.
My understanding is that now the contribution is 4 lanes from developers.
Yes.
And so my question is, in this swap, it seems that we're still valuing the developer contribution at 2 lanes rather than 4 lanes, as per our current policy.
So, Councillor, just in terms of the timing of when this area, catchment area was set up, it was following the old policy. So as Mr. Saeed said, around the proportionality of the cost distribution within that area, catchment area, was set up in terms of developer responsibilities are X, which at the time were, some segments were 2 lanes, some were 4, and then city responsibilities are for the remaining. So that proportionality is maintained throughout the life of that catchment area.
Okay.
And so the new policy is only for new catchment areas, not old ones.
Okay,
Yeah, and
that's,
maybe if I can, for more clarity, if we can bring slide 3 on the screen, it will show that exchange highlighted.
Yeah, no, I think that answers my question. So we are locked in, and this is all one catchment, correct?
Correct.
And so we are locked into the old policy with only the two-lane developer contribution. Okay, I'm just wondering to Councillor Wright's questions around the environmental impact assessment. Just again, wondering the viability of referring back until that's been completed?
We have been working on this for quite some time, and it is like I said, we are dealing with competing priorities here. As far as I understand, even with the 4 lanes widened with culvert crossing, there is opportunity to revisit what mitigation measures can be identified through the strategic assessment that the latest ARP calls for.
Okay, thank you. That's my time, but happy to move a second round.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Stevenson, second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on hearing on a second round. I'm yes.
We have all the
Please
votes.
display the vote. That is carried unanimously. We're on to the second round, and Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So those competing priorities, those are arterial roads across the city that we're talking about, those priorities, right?
I'm specifically talking about this catchment where we have a 2-lane road that is also tasked with a wildlife passage, and city has no funding either for wildlife passage or constructing the 2 lanes.
Okay, so the funding that has been accumulated for that catchment area never accounted for the potential of having a wildlife crossing?
No, it doesn't. As I said, this predates when this catchment was established.
Okay.
Those practices were not in place.
Council, in addition, this portion of road and that potential crossing was a city responsibility. So the catchment would have never included it. As Fazil mentioned, this crossing, where the culvert is today, back in the early 2000s, there was already pre-approved engineering drawings for this cross-section for a 4-lane with a culvert, which is where Mr. Saeed is saying that it predates our wildlife crossing policy and our guidelines in terms of that. So in terms of addressing the priorities, what's in front of you today is the rejigging of priorities within the basin that gets 17th Street built the quickest. It won't be contingent on city funding. If this ARA bylaw does not go forward, it then it still remains city responsibility, and then it's set within the entire prioritization of the mobility network.
Okay, and we're getting a report on that prioritization on the mobility network in March, right, to urban planning? Okay.
Correct.
Will that include, well, actually, what I want it to include, and I have a possible amendment here for it, or subsequent motion for it, to include a list of all arterial roads that have not yet been completed but have been part of all other approvals, including both the cost of it and the current construction costs in order to complete.
My understanding of the mobility network assessment is it outlines the priorities within the network, not necessarily all of them, but Mr. Saeed may have more insight in terms of the detail involved in it.
It will be looking at the arterial network, as Travis mentioned, and it will be putting on multiple lenses in terms of vehicular congestion, but then also looking at the safety component where those are considerably high, then also the transit connectivity and other aspects. So,
Okay, but there's not going to be a detailed list of all the arterial roads. I think a number of councillors here represent wards that have pinch points that have sort of gone on for years, and maybe there's the possibility of, if we can have rather than focusing on some major major arterial roads, maybe there are, you know, smaller sort of wins across the city where we can deal with some of those pinch points. So I would like to see sort of a detailed list of, and I think it also goes to maybe our infrastructure gap as well as to how much funding we would need in order to bring our arterial roads up to date. So,
Councillor, I think that's a good conversation for that urban planning committee in March. What I'll say
But
is that report is pretty much finalized due to timelines because we're about 5 weeks away from it. So adding additional work that's currently not there, I would caution against that.
but those costs should be on hand and vehicle counts, like if you've already sort of determined priorities, should not all of the arterial roads be considered?
Again, we're talking with incomplete information in terms of what that report is going to bring. So I don't want to conject what's coming forth before you. But in terms of prioritization, they'll be looking at volumes, they'll be looking at safety factors. And through those prioritization exercises, if ones are identified, there would be orders of magnitude costs associated with them.
Okay. Okay, I've got one other question in regards to the 23rd Ave to the Henday part of 17th Street. And the requirement then for that to be widened is based on completion of the catchment area, correct? That's what the bylaw and the 2006 policy state.
So the 23rd Avenue east of 17th Street, that's the portion you're talking about? The one that cities...
17th Ave, or sorry, 17th Street south of 23rd Ave to the Tuck. It was on your slide number 3 where it said it was going to be 2 to 3 years.
Okay. So, and you're looking for a confirmation on that timeline?
Well, I'm just wondering what that's based on. Is it based on completion of the catchment area or the neighborhood of Astor?
It is primarily tied to the development activity in Astor and the traffic volumes. So there are subdivision approvals that have conditioned the widening of that road.
Can I ask for a third round, or can I have leniency?
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll move a third
Yep,
round.
moved by Councillor Stevenson.
Second.
By Councillor Salvador. Please vote on a third round. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Third round, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Yeah, so 17th Street, south of 23rd Ave to the Transportation Utility Corridor. You say that it's based on the completion of the Astor neighborhood, but the way that the bylaw reads is that it's based on completion of the catchment area. So then my concern is there's still some major development that's needed within the old Mill Creek nursery lands. So will that have an impact on the widening of that portion of 17th Street?
So you can look at it as construction of arterials both north and south of 23rd Avenue. So the nursery lands, that is the development that will trigger the widening. So unless there is a subdivision submitted to the city administration, we cannot condition any widening of the roadway. So Mr. Uznick is here, who can speak to his plans coming forward in terms of the development. And so we do consider that through his development, 17th Street north of 23rd Avenue will be part of the condition of their subdivision. What is happening to the south of 23rd Avenue is already through the subdivision process, in servicing agreements, and that construction is underway.
Okay, but my reading of the bylaw says that it's only That the widening is based on the development of the catchment area as a whole, not specific neighborhoods.
And that what it means, that once the development occurs in the basin, it doesn't happen all in one time. It happens in stages and phases. As those stages and phases are coming on board,
So
we
as-
continue to develop the roads.
As those stages and phases come on board 10 years from now, in completion of the Mill Creek Nursery lands, that's going to impact the need or the requirement or the trigger to complete all of 17th Street.
Councillor, it's been indicated to future developers of that area that widening of 17th Street will be a condition of the first subdivision that comes in.
Okay, it's been indicated to them, but there's nothing confirmed. I mean, there's nothing, I guess, in writing. Is there?
It's part of the process. We can't confirm things unless we, as Mr. Said said, we have an application. So there's steps that are followed. The conditioning of the subdivision happens at the subdivision stage, and we don't have a subdivision yet.
Okay, so we can't confirm things, so we can't confirm that the wildlife crossing isn't needed. So I think I would like to, maybe I'll wait to see what Councillor Stevenson has, but I think I would like to refer this back to have that condition of culvert only removed until such a time as we have confirmation that that the wildlife crossing is not needed.
So, Councillor, there's a number of steps in this process here. This is the first step of putting this obligation onto the developer for that swap. Through that obligation, the necessary reports and analysis is done in terms of what needs to be built. And right now, the way the area is set up is that they will build it. If it requires a creek crossing, other than that's a wildlife creek crossing, then it becomes the city's responsibility. However, that work needs to happen, and the only way that happens is if there is a requirement for the developers to build this portion.
Okay, but if you're confident that it's only a culvert required, the builder or the developer is confident that it's only a culvert that's required, why do we need to specify that? And then when
I said the necessary work will be done to assess whether that culvert is sufficient and mitigation measures are also sufficient through the detailed design and construction or detailed design of the road moving forward.
And if it's not sufficient, then we're back where we were?
Not necessarily. There's options and considerations that we can then pursue. It's
And what
not
would
a
those
complete
be?
stop. That could be bringing a funding package to council. We could look to see what's in the current wildlife and ecology budget. But we need to understand if it's required first. And in order to do that, we need someone to do the study. And for someone to do the study, we need to assign this obligation to the developer who pays for the studies.
But when it was the city responsibility, why weren't we looking in the ecological reserve funding to see if there was funding?
Because this road was never funded through budget.
Okay, my time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this. I think the concern I'm hearing, which I can follow, is that, you know, the intention of this work is to accelerate the delivery of these roads, which I think is positive. I appreciate administration and the applicants' work on this. I think what I'm hearing is this challenge that we make this swap to accelerate the road construction, but then we hit another roadblock, which is a potential wildlife crossing requirement.
I wouldn't say roadblock. I would say the necessary work to ensure that the design is correct. That we don't know what a lot of things right now are in terms of that detailed design and construction because that work hasn't been done. It's part of the process that's set up to ensure that the necessary things are done to be completed at the right time.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate. I think by roadblock I mean a financial roadblock. You know, the reason we're making these swaps is that we don't have the capital funding to build these portions of our commitment, and so I think the worry is that we come to a place where we can't afford to fund the wildlife crossing that could be a requirement. So just so I'm understanding those, so the obligation to complete this study would be on the developer if we moved forward today?
Councillor, So we can look at it, the road widening would trigger the need to do a strategic assessment with culvert design, and then identify mitigation measures. That will be the work that administration needs to undertake.
Okay, so we're completing the EIA and the assessment.
Yes. But with the widening in place, and with the culvert design like that work can happen now, keeping in mind that developer is doing the widening and installing a wider culvert, and identify whatever mitigation measures are needed.
Okay, and then what sort of the risk mitigation, again, I'm just worried if we've swapped this for acceleration, and then we aren't able to come out with the capital dollars if needed. It seems like we're sort of worse off than where we started, because now we aren't accelerating 17th Street, and then we are now fully responsible for 23rd Ave.
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
So what this swap indicates is that the continued priority in the basin is 17th Street. With the swap, as you can see in the map, as of our clerks can pull up slide 2, the 23rd Avenue portion doesn't have any development around it yet. So there's some time lag in there in terms of when that need is required to widen 23rd Avenue. So there's built-in time into that system in terms of swapping those priorities. In terms of being ahead or behind, dependent on that wildlife crossing, I would say that if and when a study determines a wildlife crossing is needed, we would be in the same position that we are in terms of if the swap didn't happen, because that's still maintains city responsibility, and there still needs to be a discussion at council.
So we'd have to pay for the road and the wildlife crossing.
Correct.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification. I think a lot to dig into at Urban Planning Committee, but just so I understand now, how do we distribute catchment obligations to non-participating landowners?
Those come online when the land comes online.
Interesting. So there's a risk, again, if they're non-participating landowners, that those final contributions may not come for long periods of time.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And it sounds also like there's escalating costs for the last ones in, just as we move forward. Do we know, does that make it less likely for development to happen? Have we heard that creates a barrier for sort of those last ones in?
It is a potential scenario, but that's why we try to revisit the catchment every year and make sure that we are staging and phasing the roadways to avoid that situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify a few things, make sure I've got this clear. So, first of all, with this swap, basically 2 pinch points are getting resolved, and the developer responsibility lane, the reason we can do that is because there's no development there yet, so there's no residents to serve in the immediately adjacent to that potential road.
It's a longer term need. That's true.
Yeah, longer term. And then the other thing I heard was about non-participating landowners. What does this do? Like, what challenges do we face then when it comes to conversations, for example, about substantial completion?
So that's a big question in terms of what does that mean when we have non-participating landowners in areas, in terms of how is development progressing, is it meeting it? I would say those it's a good question, but not necessarily relevant to the swap today, but to that larger philosophical discussion around what does substantial completion mean.
I do appreciate the answer. I think the reason it's relevant is because we're talking about dollars available for roads. And if we don't have participating landowners, we don't have dollars for roads.
So what we have in this scenario is the previous land that was a non-participating landowner. There's agreements in place to ensure that it becomes a participating landowner.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thanks. And then the concern about having the capital to actually build that road once it's required. If a development is going in, this is what I'm not clear on, does that come as a unfunded service package, or is it built into the budget that administration presents for council?
So, Councillor, if the development goes into that area, the first 2 lanes are still developer obligations?
The first 2 lanes are still,
correct,
so
yes.
really it's just the widening?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the challenge we have about the infrastructure is people want wider lanes, they want more lanes, but they also don't want to pay higher taxes. So another option is to put it on developer responsibility, but either way, the resident pays. Either it's through the price of the home purchase or through the taxation to build the road, yeah?
There's only one pocket.
It's only one pocket. Okay. That answers my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright. Oh, sorry, we'll move for a 4th round.
So moved. Second?
Moved by Salvador, thank you, and seconded by Stevenson. Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. Faisal, I think you had said that the city is responsible for the EIA, to cover the cost of the EIA,
That's correct.
which contradicts what Mr. Pollock said earlier that the developer is?
So there's a strategic assessment that's required, which is different than the EIA. That portion is done by the city of Edmonton, as per the River Valley Area Redevelopment bylaw. So that looks at the wider network to determine what's required. The EIA looks at more of the detailed design and mitigation measures, which is completed as progression of the road design and construction occurs.
Okay, and so it's the strategic assessment that's done by the city, or paid by by the city, and the EIA is paid for by the city as well?
So just in terms of that deviation, I'm unsure, as that's new regulation in the ARP, is in terms of the steps around how you move from strategic assessment and whether that has taken the place of the normal EIA that you would have seen at council in terms of some of those River Valley bylaw asks. The ask that council would see, or the information that council would see, would be the strategic assessment done by the city for that crossing, if required.
And then if that assessment turns out that we need an EIA, the city pays for that as well?
Correct, because
So the developer's not paying for any of this?
The EIA would be in reference to a different design of the wildlife crossing.
But none of this is paid for by the developer, it's the city?
The assessment of the strategic assessment of whether or not the wildlife crossing is completed or is required is done by the city, because right now that wildlife crossing, and it continues to be, is a city's obligation.
Okay, so then I'll ask again. All those costs are borne by the city, not the developer?
In this instance, yes, because it's a city obligation.
Okay, thank you. And then you talked about the long-term need of 23rd Ave. Currently, that 23rd Ave is being used as an alternate route out to when we have problems with the train crossing being blocked. So it's not that there might not be residents in there, but that is becoming a more heavily used traffic. And I'm wondering, do you have the traffic counts for that?
So you're right, it is used as a emergency exit, but it's not the 23rd Avenue because that's not constructed at the moment at all. It is the Meridian Street right of way that is currently used.
But to get to Meridian Street, you have to go east on 23rd Avenue, across the railway crossing and out to Meridian.
Yes, so you will be using Astor Way, which is constructed as part of the development in Astor, and then you connect to Meridian. We do have a slide, if we can bring slide 5, just to show the emergency routes.
Oh, I don't have slide 5 on my presentation.
That was just our backup slide.
Oh, okay.
And
And is slide 5 coming up?
We are just going to get that slide.
Okay, and I'll get my time back. Well, I don't need the full 5 minutes. Oh, okay, there we go.
Councilor Wright, are you,
I'm waiting for slide 5 to come up.
for sure, administration, is that possible, or? Are there other questions, or is there something else we can do in the interim and come back?
Well, I was gonna put forward a referral motion, but again, that would have to be something that would need to come up on the screen as well, so I don't know.
While the clerk is finding the slide, could legal remind me what takes precedent, a referral motion, or do we have to hear from have questions arising from the applicant and then close the public hearing, then go to a referral, or does a referral take place prior to closure of the public hearing?
I would defer to the clerks on that.
Okay.
More experience.
Amazing, thank you. Okay.
Just in this situation, as there have been, I believe Basil alluded to hearing from that speaker, there might be benefit in asking questions if council does have any clarifying questions to the speaker,
Before moving a referral.
potentially.
So we can hear from the speaker, then have a referral.
If council does have
Council so
any
chooses.
questions
Got it.
to that
Okay, so if the
speaker.
mover, so we'll go back, you have about $1.45 on the timer, so game on.
Okay, so you wanted to speak to this slide?
Yes, so what you see on the slide is the rail crossings that are there intersecting Maple Road to the north and Meridian Street to the south. So those are the two emergency accesses through Astor Way, as I was mentioning. Then there is also option to use Anthony Henday through 34 Avenue.
Okay, and there's no, there's nothing in as far as, because I know I've taken that, and I thought it did go the 23rd Avenue, but there's no plan on updating Astor Way at all to accommodate for the alternate access route?
So Astor Way is constructed, and going forward with the development, 23rd Avenue, first 2 lanes will be constructed, and that will be the secondary access, similar to Bamble Road to the north.
Okay, but it's still a busy, okay. I guess maybe if I can, in my last few minutes here, I've asked for a refer back motion, but I think I might want to change it, so I'll read it in. So that charter bylaw 21369 be referred back to administration to amend Schedule L by deleting item 10, creek crossing at 17th Street, or by deleting in item 10, culvert extension only, and return to a future city council public hearing. But I think what I would like to do, clerk, is indicate, upon completion of the required EIA and/or strategic assessment.
So I hear the referral motion. Does the mover still want to have questions of the applicant, though?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
No, you're
I
fine?
think this is
Okay.
between administration and
Okay,
council.
does any other, well, okay, no, that would be, you moved it, that trumps other things, so we have a referral motion on the floor as amended. Now we just need a seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. So we have the referral motion on the floor as updated. If we could get the wording displayed, please, when the clerk has a sec. Councillor Wright, do you want to introduce?
I'm just concerned that by approving the bylaw as is, with the developer only responsible for the culvert, only to accommodate the wildlife, that it will leave us in the same position that we're in right now, without city funding available to cover a potential wildlife crossing. I would like to get this, settled. I've been asking about it for the past 4 years and still no further ahead. And so I would like to refer this back just to make sure that we've, crossed all of our I's and, crossed our T's and dotted our I's, and just get this settled once and for all. And I believe it also has impact on, and I have another subsequent motion for other delays that have resulted across the city for arterial road construction.
Thank you. Okay, we have the referral motion on the floor. It'll be displayed. Are there any questions on the referral? Hearing none. Okay, please,
Yeah, if you could just take a look at that, Councillor Wright, and see if that was your intent.
It's not necessarily deleting the whole item 10, it's just deleting culvert extension from item 10
Yes. Oh, apologies.
upon completion of the required EIA.
so as that's being amended, Councillor Wright, you're good then? Okay, excellent. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the mover putting this forward. Just to understand the intent of deleting culvert extension only, your intention is so that any form of crossing on 17th Street would need to be paid for by the developer?
Not necessarily. But by, I guess, in order to, if a wildlife crossing is required, and it has to be the city paying it, then I think we need to find the funding to pay for the wildlife crossing, and not just, again, leave it at being a culvert only. Yeah,
no, I appreciate that. I think from a process perspective, even if that wording was amended, I don't believe that we're able, like, it wouldn't change the developer's obligations, correct?
It doesn't change the developers, well, actually, yes, it does. Without this swap, we cannot condition 17th Street to any of the developers in the area, the widening of 17th Street. So the risk here is that as this work is continuing, we have active subdivisions in the area. The land is subdivided. We cannot go back and then say, sorry, now you're conditioned with a new piece of land, which is 17th Street. So in terms of the way it's set up right now, is that our risk of proceeding, whether or not we need that wildlife crossing, is still covered off because of that strategic assessment that needs to be completed. However, the risk of not proceeding with this is that we have development that progresses, we lose our opportunity to condition 17th Street.
Okay, just for clarity, so let's say subdivision did continue, we would still be able to condition them for 23rd?
Correct, or collect over expenditures because 23rd is not needed right now.
Okay. Okay, no, I hear that, and then again, maybe just to the mover. 'Cause again, I very much appreciate that we may end up in a situation where, again, we have a capital ask and we just sort of have to prioritize it. Just so I understand, as the ward council for the area as well, between that 23rd Ave and the 17th Street, is it also your assessment that 17th Street is the higher priority for construction?
Oh, at this time, yes. I mean, and I think with the traffic count of 50,000,
Yeah.
it's well beyond in need of and I'm just wondering if the referral back was just for administration to complete the strategic assessment and EIA, if applicable.
Yeah,
Then there might not be a need for deleting that culvert only?
yeah, I think,
It's just tied to the timing, Councillor, like Travis was mentioning, that if the subdivision goes forward, then we won't have a mechanism to go back and recondition this road. So maybe it's, if Mr. Andrew is online, it would be worth asking him some of the questions in regards to his timings of the development and how that benefits, that 17th Street piece benefits his development.
yeah, thank you. With, I think I'll leave it there again, sort of understanding the intent and then hearing some of the constraints that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So what was the delay on that? Like, if we saw this back, what's the delay?
So there are active subdivisions or potential active subdivisions in the area that we would condition the construction of the widening of 17th Street to if this swap were to go forward. If the swap doesn't go forward, we may miss that opportunity in terms of referring it back and doing some extra work. I don't have a timeline on that, but there are constraints in terms of when developers will go forward. What I would say in terms of risk mitigation towards the city is that if we were to refer this and miss our opportunity to condition 17th Street, which may also include the wildlife crossing, is a far larger obligation than moving forward and only being subject or obligated to do a potential wildlife crossing in the near future. And that's unknown right now. We don't actually know if we need to do the wildlife crossing yet.
Okay, so if I have this right, the risk is not just time, but then we expand our responsibility, plus we lose some of the other cost sharing.
Over time, it will balance out. However, there's a priority to get 17th Street done because of its volume. That is what's being seen right now. So in terms of outlay of money by the city, the going ahead with the ARA swap today is the most beneficial because The immediate need is 17th Street, which we can condition to developers if the swap is gone forward.
Okay, so
Through the process, we will figure out if we need a wildlife crossing, either way, whether it's a city obligation or not, but that wildlife crossing still remains a city obligation if it's needed.
So, to the mover, I want to understand the benefit of this, of referring back. What is the clear benefit to the city here?
Well, I think the benefit to Edmontonians is that we know if that wildlife crossing is needed. And because there isn't sufficient funding, and there hasn't been for years, to pay for that wildlife crossing.
But we will know one way or the other. And if it's needed, that doesn't go away. If it isn't needed, then we find out if we move forward today.
But if we move forward today and a wildlife crossing is needed, it doesn't matter that we have approved the swap
Right.
because we still won't be able to build that wildlife crossing unless we have an unfunded service package come forward to council.
Right. Okay.
So
Can you tell me how this is not a circular argument?
I would like to approve something having full information, and that's why I think the strategic assessment that's required to determine whether or not the EIA is required is something that's needed prior to approving any swap.
Okay. All right.
And I'm just wondering why the strategic assessment was not completed prior to considering any of this.
That's a good question. So, there's a reason that these things aren't completed, right, beforehand?
We time studies and analysis as development progresses to ensure efficient use of funds.
Right, so this order of operations has actually been the most efficient way to find out this information. And if we change that order of operations, we lose that efficiency.
Correct. And you lose the opportunity to condition this part of 17th Street potentially to a developer.
So that potentially gets delayed as well, that outlet.
The obligation would remain as a city obligation.
It's a city obligation, right, because we push, yeah, okay.
Correct. And,
Yep.
and to be clear, council still has the opportunity, when a strategic assessment is done, to agree or not agree with whatever the findings are. And if those findings are do a wildlife crossing, council can still say, don't do it.
Either way,
Either way.
like, so it doesn't change.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright.
So moved.
This is, I think, the first round of the referral. Yep.
Thank you. So then we're still no further ahead.
When?
If we're at a position where the strategic assessment confirms that a wildlife crossing is done or is needed, or that we need to do an EIA to confirm that, so the developer still cannot continue to go ahead with development until that widening is completed.
There's a number of steps in the process to get there. What I would say, if this bylaw isn't approved today, we lose the potential opportunity to condition 17th Street. There's a number of steps that need to happen in order A, to get that condition, and B, to get the detailed construction and design and the strategic assessment. So those are all things that can happen in tandem or at the same time or in progression as needed. What's important is that if this remains a city obligation, then the city remains responsible for 17th Street and any potential wildlife crossing if desired.
And the city could still remain responsible for any wildlife crossing that's required.
Correct, but through this decision today, if it were to be approved, you would remove the city obligation on 17th Street, which is the most pressing need in the basin. So you remove the obligation from the city and the funds required through budget deliberation to get an immediate need addressed in the basin. You still may require funds if you choose, as
Right.
council, to pursue the wildlife crossing. If the strategic assessment outlines that it's needed, it may not be needed. And then there's another choice by council to then fund it or not, or progress the construction without it. Like, there's still choices involved here. Like, it's not an automatic that if one is needed, it automatically gets built. Council still has a right to choose whether or not it pursues that.
Okay, so you said that the developer, we would lose the development. So the developer's just gonna walk away from the whole thing?
We would lose the opportunity to condition the four-laning of 17th Street to a subdivision.
Okay, why? Aren't you, isn't your
Because
area
it's-
responsible for the approval? So
We
you
can't
just
condi-
delay the approval?
The 17th Street right now is a city obligation.
Right.
We can't condition a subdivision for a city obligation. If this bylaw doesn't go forward, it remains a city obligation.
Right, but it could still end up being a city obligation to pay for that wildlife crossing if it's needed. I just think that we need to go back and determine, rather than continuing the conversation as to who pays for a wildlife crossing, would it not be less time intensive to just determine whether one is needed?
We need to do the assessment, and in order to get that assessment, we need to understand if this road is going to progress, whether it's through city funding or developer funding. The signal here today, if this is approved, is that this road is going to get conditioned, so that work needs to be done. If it's not approved, the road stays as is until council determines if this portion of 17th Street is a priority, funds the design of it, which then triggers the need to evaluate whether there's a strategic assessment needed.
Well, I don't know, with 50,000 vehicles daily going down that road, I would think that administration would consider that to be a priority.
There's differences between administration's priorities, council priorities, and budget priorities. Those conversations need to occur if this remains a city
What's the
obligation.
cost for a strategic assessment?
Unsure.
Have you done them in the past?
Like I said, this is, the River Valley bylaw was just approved. I don't have line of sight in terms of if there has been ones that have been undertaken or moved forward.
Because I have been being told for the past 4 years it could be anywhere to widen this section between $3 to $10 million. Is that still an accurate estimate?
I can tell you the study won't be $3 to $10 million. I think the construction of the road would be in that order of magnitude because there still is a requirement for some sort of crossing, whether that's a full wildlife crossing or a culvert. It's not an inexpensive piece of road.
Okay, has a strategic assessment been done recently on any other piece of road?
Unsure.
Can you get me that information?
We can get back to you on that. I'm not sure if you can explain how that will be used today. We
Just
can
to
put a
understand the
priority on it.
cost of why we can't move forward with a strategic assessment at this point. So I guess to the clerk, maybe if I could just get that amended then to complete the required EIA,
Okay.
and then we can go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and I'm just gonna make sure we have the correct wording as intended by the mover. Yeah, I think we're working on getting the wording properly, and then we'll have, hearing no further questions, we can have debate and a vote on the motion. Councilor Wright, you had an initial amendment. Is this an amendment to the amendment, or is this when you read it in, we're just trying to make sure it's the
We're trying to
proper-
get the right wording on it, and I do appreciate a little bit of leeway on this. My apologies. If somebody would like to make a friendly amendment or restate it, can I restate it?
Yeah, let's welcome a restatement. That's probably fastest.
Okay. So I want to restate it a little bit differently than what's still there, that Charter Bylaw 21369 be referred back to administration to complete the strategic assessment and EIA, if required, and return to a future city council public hearing.
So to confirm, you're removing the mention of Schedule A in the culvert extension.
Yes.
We are getting that wording on the screen for you.
Thank you.
All right, can the mover confirm that's correct? I see a thumbs up. Okay.
Thank you.
Hearing no, thank you to the clerk's team for the nimbleness this morning. Hearing no further questions. Debate. Hearing none.
Speaking to.
Okay, there we go. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate the mover bringing this forward and appreciate, you know, what I think is a sense of frustration with where we are right now in our current growth pressures. I appreciate the conversation this morning and hearing from administration. The way I'm looking at it is that in the current scenario, without these changes, the city would be responsible for the capital costs to construct 2 lanes of traffic on 17th Street, which is very much needed, plus a wildlife crossing. What I'm hearing is that the alternative scenario, if this does move forward, the city will no longer have that capital obligation for 17th Street and only may have a requirement for wildlife crossing. So neither of these options is ideal. I agree that in either case, finding the necessary capital dollars will be challenging, but I do think that what administration has brought forward to us today is the best option. I think it's really important that we are clear on the fact, though, that we are kicking a can down the road, pun intended. This does not decrease our obligations in any way. We still need to fund the 23rd Ave portion that we are swapping for. I think administration's assessment that we've bought a bit of runway with this is fair, but for me it really speaks to the broader question of capital obligations that we're incurring as we grow and needing to fundamentally relook at how we're doing that. I'm looking forward to the report coming up at Urban Planning Committee. I think that will be an opportunity to delve into a lot more of this. So unfortunately, I will not be supporting the referral motion, though again, fully understand the reasons for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the intention behind the motion, but as with Councillor Stevenson, I can't support it. Look, the intent is valid. We all want to be absolutely sure we aren't making a mistake with moving forward, but I worry that in trying to find that surety, we're actually introducing a massive amount of instability. We have to be careful that in the desire to do the right thing right now, we don't accidentally break the mechanism that actually gets the work done. Let's look at the financial reality. Right now, the bylaw is the container that holds the funding agreement. It puts the culvert and road work into the ARA basin. The developer pays. If we refer this back or delete the item to wait for a report, we break that container. We lose the mechanism to bill the developer. If I'm getting this wrong, someone shake their head at me, but I think this is right. The infrastructure is still a city responsibility. It has to get built. But now the default payer becomes the City of Edmonton taxpayer, we would effectively be voting to take the bill from the developer and put it on our own desk. That's not a win for the city. Like that's the scenario here. Second, we have to talk about our reputation as a partner. We talk a lot about managing growth, but we can't manage growth if we're constantly moving the goalposts mid-stride. This applicant followed our rules. They did the work in the order that we asked them to do it. And if we stop it now, mid-stride, and demand a check that is already legally required at the next stage, we send a chilling signal. We tell the world that Edmonton is a place where you can follow every rule and still get stuck in procedural limbo. This creates risk. Risk costs money, and it sours our reputation. There are lots of places for capital to flow, and if we make it harder to flow here, it will flow elsewhere. And when it flows elsewhere, it's right across our boundaries. And that adds other pressures and problems to our growth management that we cannot control. The juice ain't worth the squeeze, is what I'm saying. We're going to get this information anyway. The safety net is already there. The environmental impact is mandatory, and we have decision points already established along the way. So while I appreciate the intent behind the motion, and it's an excellent intent, that's how we fix policy for the future. But for what's in front of us today, it doesn't make sense to penalize a partner for following our processes. So I would suggest that we move forward today, let the experts get on with the technical work, and design what we need in place as we move forward, rather than trying to re-engineer the agreements and the policies that we already had, that people are following and are relying on for their investment in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you. I would request that my colleagues support this motion to refer back. I don't think the work was fully done in order to make a fully informed decision on this change to the bylaw. I think we're left in the same spot, or we may be left in the same spot as we're in right now, you know, and just I guess delaying the decision to the developer. I'm not able to get information as to how long or how much it would take to complete this strategic assessment and or the AIA, but I think we haven't been able to find the money for it before. I'm not sure where we're going to find the money for it now, and leaving, you know, although it's a better position for the developer, not having to worry about the wildlife crossing, it still leaves the city in that same tough position without the funding that's available. I think this has been a priority. We're at vehicle counts of 50,000, which is well beyond the 15 to 18,000 that's in the guidelines or in the policy and the current bylaw. And I can't see where it hasn't been a priority in the past. Anyhow, I would appreciate the support to refer this back, and then we can make a more informed decision when it comes back to public hearing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Sorry, I got timed out. I'm a no.
Pardon, Counselor Tang, could you repeat that?
I'm a no.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is defeated. We now are back to the main topic. So do we have a motion to close? Oh, yeah, new information.
I can move to.
Oh, sorry, I
Oh.
think we have to go to new information. Did any counselors have questions of the applicant or administration, given new information? Hearing none, okay, a motion to close public hearing? I heard a voice.
So moved.
Okay, yeah, second.
Moved by Counselor Parmar, seconded by Counselor Tang. Please vote on closure of public hearing. Just closure.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that is carried. So, welcome. Would somebody like to put first reading on the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Counselor.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Tang. So, first reading is on the floor. Any questions? Any debate? Mover to close? Nope. Okay, please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Debate? Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Consideration of third reading. I'm a yes.
Second.
Oh, yep. Call the vote.
Second.
First, second. Call the vote, please. Thank you. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, and
I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 21369.
Second.
moved by Stevenson, seconded by Tang, and we're now call the vote. And I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that is carried. Is there a subsequent motion? If you don't have it now, we can do it later.
No. Okay, there's other stuff going on in the chat. So I would like that for administration to include in report UPE 03117 coming to Urban Planning Committee on March 23rd, 2026. An addendum that lists all our arterial roads yet to be fully constructed in developing neighborhoods, catchment areas, including current construction costs for build-out and vehicle traffic counts for each.
Second.
That was seconded by Councilor Principe. Is that correct? Principe, yep. Okay, do you want to introduce?
Yeah, I think there's, as I said previously, I think there's a number of pinch points across the city in every ward where arterial roads have sort of just been left to flounder on their own. And I think it's good for council to see not only where those roads are, but what those costs are, what that infrastructure gap is, and really how significant those areas are. So that's why I'm requesting the vehicle traffic counts for each as well. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Questions on the subsequent? Councilor Rutherford.
Yeah, sorry, we've been having so many conversations about this. I thought that there was already a report coming back on the arterial road stuff from Councilor Tang's motion.
So Councillor Rutherford, the motion that we are responding to in March 23rd is that administration provide an update on the prioritization of mobility infrastructure, including arterial roads. So
And that's for prioritization
it's
with
around
city funding.
prioritization. So the ability to do this scope of work for that report, when the report is largely completed for the March date, will be challenging. I'll say that. But the scope that we had in terms of advancing this report was around prioritization, not all
City's
of the roads.
prioritization.
Yes.
So it didn't include the developer, but it would have included prioritization of arterials that are not funded by developers in pinch points, right?
Correct.
That does include that.
Yes. So it's the city responsibilities, not developer responsibilities. So I assume the intent of this motion is city responsibilities. But
It says
clarity.
it lists all arterial roads yet to be fully constructed in developing neighborhoods catchments, including current construction costs for build-out and vehicle counts for each. So I think that the difference here, and the reason that this is an addendum is just to make sure that it comes back at the same time, is around a comprehensive look at both.
Appears so. The work that we did was around prioritization, not all of the roads. And so particularly when it looks at costs and things like that, we wouldn't have scoped that out for all of the roads in terms of the scope of the report that we have.
How would you have not scoped that out with prioritization?
So in terms of the information in the report, it identifies where those pinch points are based on a number of elements: safety, traffic, etc. And this is asking for all arterial roads and the costs associated. So we wouldn't have necessarily the costs associated with all arterial roads.
And arterial roads in this report, if I'm understanding correctly, that you've already mostly finalized the drafting of, includes arterial roads that aren't just in developing areas, right? So you might consider St. Albert Trail, or is that correct?
I believe so, yes. This is, I can appreciate, is related to developing neighborhoods. The report applies to the city of Edmonton.
Okay, so I guess to the mover, just hearing from administration the concerns on the timeline, can you help me understand why this is so pertinent for you and important for you to get at the same report?
Well, I thought since they were creating a prioritization list, they would have this information on all roads, full costs, and because the full costs are supposed to be updated every year under the bylaw and the policy, so I would think that information would be at hand. The vehicle counts was something that I maybe thought might not be available. But in order to prioritize things, should you not have all information available at hand in order to make those decisions on priority?
So yeah, so maybe I see you're on the board, so I guess that's the question, is the concern, because I do agree, like the vehicle counts, if you haven't had up-to-date vehicle counts and that scope of work is large, is that the point of concern? Like if striking vehicle counts, would that allow us to get that information as an addendum?
Potentially. The other aspect of this is costs, in terms of being able to estimate the projected costs for the scope and scale of what improvements might be needed.
Okay, well, I'll just move to strike vehicle traffic counts for now.
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Sure.
No objection? Yep.
Okay, that's
Okay.
it. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So from what I heard, administration said it might be difficult to gather all this information for all of the roads as it's written in the motion.
We have information on the arterial roads in our developing communities. It's just a matter of the level of detail and information being requested through this, particularly around construction costs. So some of these roads don't have a design, and so it would be challenging to articulate that information at this time. But what I could suggest is we can certainly look at how we can account for the information that we have. But from a timelines perspective, the report is largely complete, given that it's scheduled for March committee.
Right. And what is the number of roads that are being prioritized? Like what is the list? How long is the list?
I'm not sure, Councillor Principe.
Would it be more than 10?
I don't believe so.
Would it be a good idea to make the motion to just refer to those roads that are being considered for priority?
So, Councillor, the priority roads not only will have those measures around how the priority was listed, around vehicle counts, safety, et cetera, but there'll be an order of magnitude to the costs associated with those city obligations as well, to provide that fulsome information in the report. But what Kim's saying is that we didn't and don't have costing information for every single arterial road in the city of Edmonton, because whether it's listed as a priority or not, obviously we're not going to take that detailed approach unless it is a priority.
Right. So do we have, and I understand, when I hear your side, it makes sense, right? That is a lot of work for us to expect you to get that done, especially by March 23rd. So am I understanding you would have the costs associated though for the ones that are scheduled for priority?
Yes.
Oh, you do have the costs associated
For the elements that are in the report.
for the elements that are in the report.
And that's related to the prioritization list. So it's a more limited list, I think, than what's being requested in this memo.
Okay, great, thank you.
This attachment, my apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just to the mover on this. Okay, so we get a list of all the arterial roads. We get we get as much data as we can. Isn't it still going to come back? Like we go through that. Is the intention that we're going to find roads in there that should be a priority? Is that the intent of this?
Well, the intent is to have the information to determine, yes, if there is something that maybe council would deem to be a priority that maybe administration doesn't.
Okay.
And like I said, I think we can all point to roads in our wards that are maybe more of a priority. Like can we resolve some issues in some areas? Can we do 10 improvements at a lower cost rather than doing one improvement at the same cost?
Okay, and just to admit, I'm assuming we went through all these arterial roads and we're selecting the priority ones based on all the information that we have, and that's why those are the ones coming forward. So to me, is this work already been done from your side?
Yes, the report's largely finalized, given that it's scheduled for committee in March.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So I actually like this motion a lot. I'm just worried about the time frame. Maybe to administration, to get this body of work done properly, what would be the time frame?
Council, what I would suggest is that we have this report moving forward in March. That is the place where council and committee should have a conversation, is if the information provided and the prioritization provided to council, does it meet your expectations? If it doesn't and you want something else, that may be a good time to point us in a different direction.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So So to the mover, I do like this motion a lot. Going to March 23rd may not give a robust report. There may not be time for that. And I think this deserves that kind of detail. Would you be okay with changing the where it comes so that we can actually get the full information
Well,
overall?
I sort of hesitate as to why this information isn't at hand in order for administration to have made the prioritization list. I would think that you would need to assess sort of all arterial roads in order to determine where the priorities are.
Right. So is that a yes or no?
Well, so no, I don't want to,
Okay.
I don't want to delay getting this information because I think it does really impact
Okay.
what priorities that we're being told.
Okay, so to administration then, if this passes then, obviously other work has to be put on the side and everyone will have to refocus on getting this information to the detail that is asked for. What gets put on the side?
Councillor Briquette, I would just say, if this motion passes, we will endeavor to provide the information to the best of our ability, and there may be some things we don't have line of sight on because we don't have a design for a road to be able to inform a construction cost, as an example. So if passed, we'll endeavor to provide what we can, but there may be some limitations. And so I'll leave it at that, but
Right.
this is just a new level of information, more than what the motion had directed us to do originally in terms of this mobility network assessment.
Yeah, and the challenge with the cost build out is that would be a very high level estimate, which, I mean, who knows, like 80% off because of municipal price index and tariffs and things like that. So I'm just a little, I don't know how we get this accurate. Are you going to be able to be accurate?
Yeah, the design informs the cost, so there just may be some gaps in the information.
Right. And I think part of the challenge here is that if we're listing all arterial roads yet to be fully constructed, this is a big body of work. It's a huge body of work. I don't know. I have to think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I got a partial answer to my question, but just understanding that if this were to move forward, there's just a common understanding that there might be some gaps or limitations in what we receive in that report. Would there also be an opportunity, at that time to see, do we have the information we need, or do we feel like there does need to be that further body of work? That could be directed at that time as well.
Yeah, that's correct. And just for clarity, the direction from June to bring this forward was around prioritization. And I think there's a reflection on the importance of prioritization given the limited capital budget that we have. And so this was helped and intended to provide focus. But yes, if we are looking at all of the things on arterial roads related to developing areas, then that's a body of work that we may have some gaps in the information.
Right. Yeah, and I guess for the way I'm interpreting this is, I think what I would be interested and sort of expect to be able to see is just sort of uncovering what that prioritization process looked like to arrive at the ones that we're going to be discussing when this report comes forward.
So that's certainly in the report in terms of what was the framework that we applied to inform the prioritization.
Right.
That's different than the motion.
Because the items listed in the motion were not part of the framework for prioritization.
Potentially. What I would just add on, just in terms of around the workaround prioritization, like the reason why we're looking at priorities because the needs far outstrip the available budget. So in order to focus that conversation, we were directed to prioritize through a framework. That framework and methodology will be available. This conversation around looking at all of the, we'll say, unfunded obligations in the developing areas is a much different conversation. And if it's needed and required, I would suggest that it come out of the conversation, because right now you have your land use team in front of you, and there's a lot of corporate work and integration that goes into that mobility network assessment between IAS and urban planning economy, as well as city ops.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. Just to, I guess, further hone in, the March report, the intent of that was to really update some of the information we received back in 2023. And that, maybe I'll start there. Is that correct? Or is that your understanding?
Yes, Councillor Tang, the motion that was directing this work looked at the previous report to include conditions that have changed since the 2022-2023 work was done, including but not limited to growth, cost escalation, tariff implications for the top priorities.
And the roads that were identified back in that 2022-2023 were essentially roads that, after all the options, including developer-funded options and ARA, et cetera, those were the sort of the final ones remaining squarely within the city responsibility, correct?
That's correct.
And then so this upcoming one, March, would be a review of that and to kind of see, what other roads have we missed that the conditions potentially have changed, that needs to be prioritized. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's a fair summary.
And so, I appreciate this motion as well. But I guess what I'm concerned about is I wouldn't want any work to delay this March report if it is significant. Number one, I think it's worth a conversation around the overall. But I guess I'm just wondering, if we're talking about overall, a lot of the other roads that like in all the developing areas, some of them have different options, right? Like they're not exclusively city. And I'm not sure with that information, it would necessarily change because we're still going to be looking at the city responsibility ones, no?
Is that to the mover or?
Sorry, that's no to the, I think, to administration. Because I mean, I made a motion that's leading to this March one, and the intent there really is to have the information for budget decision come fall. I just feel like, now I'm speaking to it, but I just think this information that you're requesting is really worth a standalone conversation.
Okay, so maybe to answer or to
Sure, go ahead.
address your concerns there, and looking at it now, it's not necessarily just the developing neighborhoods and catchment, like developing areas. I'm thinking of Parsons Road, 99th Street as well, where that's not necessarily a developing neighborhood. So
right.
I guess what I wanted was what I thought would be the basic background information that led to the prioritization, that this information would be at hand. And when it comes time for my time, I will ask admin.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that, because I think it's a fair assumption to assume that we kind of have some of this information at hand. I guess I see that as a separate conversation from Parsons Road that's been identified, that's city responsibility, that conditions have changed, that at the end of the day, probably still a priority. And there's no other funding sources other than city funding. So anyways, okay, I will leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So the report that's coming back is just city responsibility roads?
Yes.
Okay, but when we're looking at, like in the case of the Meadows, where we're looking at swaps, how does that play into it? There, like maybe there is a priority of a developer one that maybe we could swap, the city could swap with that.
I think we continue to look for those opportunities, and we've brought these kind of swap type of arterial road responsibilities to council before. Councillor Wright, I recognize the team has more or less finalized the report, but I don't have the details of it to speak to it here. This is for the committee conversation in March. So
on a best effort basis, so that we have some information to, I guess, maybe help us determine what priorities are, rather than saying a list of all arterial roads, just maybe a list of arterial roads yet to be fully constructed and get rid of the developing neighborhoods catchments. Would that be something on a best effort basis that could be provided?
Councillor, if I may add. So, as already mentioned, this M&A work is done citywide and looking at city obligations. As far as the number of arterials are concerned, the entire network was assessed, and then there was a screening process through which, and I'm very much speaking at a very high level, I don't have the details. What I understood is there is a screening process that happened. If we started off with 100, the first screening was done based on the criteria that you will know at the UPC. And then we got to the final prioritization piece after first or second or third screening. And through that process, then the focus on the cost implications or anything else was identified through discussions with traffic operations, through IIS, through what we know in the developing areas, and also looking at some of the criteria that we mentioned in terms of safety, transit, and other factors. So that's in essence, like there has been, all that to say is that citywide assessment was done, and it was then funneled through this screening process to bring forward the relevant and the most important pieces for budget considerations going forward.
So would we have access to that raw data for the first 100?
Probably. I'm not the part of that team, so I cannot commit on their behalf, but.
Yes, like I think the information is all available. I'm can't speak to what's in the report at this point, but again, is it just looking for the list, the entire list that was assessed? Is that what council's looking for?
Yes, is what I would be. And if that is something that can be brought forward, I will withdraw this motion. And then if further information is needed in March when that report comes forward,
Okay, I can take that away, Councillor Wright, in terms of adding, I'll call it the raw data for the point of this conversation, in terms of the adding that information into the report.
okay, the raw data in an easily consumable. I'm just wondering if it's still my time, but can I, through the chair, ask a question of the chair? Okay.
Yep.
Did you have some information to shed light on this?
No, just before you withdraw it, I just want to make very clear we're all on the same page here. What I think I heard administration committed to was bringing the crux of the information you're looking for at a future date, not to this report, and you were going to withdraw the motion. Are we all on the same page there?
Yes, administration is clear.
Okay, and would it be a memo or like a report to a future committee?
We would look to attach it in the March report, or include it as an attachment in the March report.
Okay, so the mover would like to withdraw. Is that satisfactory to the table? I know Councillor Salvador was on the board. Nope, gone. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, just one question. Okay, so to administration. So thinking about this a little bit further, I am curious, I'm concerned, because whenever we put a list out of something like this, if we have prices attached, the public sees that as a promise for what things will cost. And that's not what things are going to cost. And second, when we have a list like that, the public thinks that that is a to-do list. So how are we going to mitigate some of those misunderstandings and misapprehensions if that information comes forward in a memo or a report?
Councillor Briquette, the information won't include costs associated with all of the data. So I think that addresses one of your comments. Secondly, we'll ensure that the attachment is framed in a way that's articulating what its purpose was. It's not a to-do list. It was a recognition of all of the mobility network that was used for the assessment. And then the report will talk about the framework that we use to prioritize. And so we'll include that as a part of the attachment.
Okay, so sort of like a need to haves is the report that's going to come forward, and then everything we could possibly have would be the other thing, and pretty much described as such.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Satisfied, thanks.
Based on that answer, because I do think costs come into play when we're prioritizing things. So, you know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and restate it to removing the in developing neighborhoods and catchments.
Okay, so we have a restated.
And just put it to a vote.
Okay, we have a restated motion.
So that administration, as part of the urban planning and economy report, include a list of, arterial roads yet to be fully constructed, including current construction costs for building.
Okay. All right. We have a restated motion. Any questions? To speak, Councillor Salvador. Oh, question.
Okay, so just to administration, does this wording materially change your approach?
If I understand, the intention is to include costs. As Mr. Said said, we'll stick with we had 100 roads, we narrowed it down. There isn't a way to include costs for those 100 roads. We haven't assessed all of the construction liabilities for all of the roads across the city because there's a needs gap, and we look to fill that with those priorities, which we do those detailed assessments on, not all of the roads to begin with.
Right. Okay, so what I'm understanding is it's the wording that was just removed from this wasn't necessarily the barrier, it's the cost portion, being able to articulate that on the scale of the full citywide analysis in order to meet the March timeline. That's the gap, or that's the challenge.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe just to the mover, understanding that administration has said that they can provide the entire list, like the full citywide list. They're going to include the prioritization process and the screening framework, but it's the cost piece for that full citywide scale that is not possible before March 23rd. I wonder if you'd be open to sort of getting all that information so that we can have the March 23rd conversation. And then at that time, if there is further work that needs to happen around that larger body of work for costing for all of them, that we can do it at that time. Because I guess I think this is such an important conversation. I wouldn't want to miss the March 23rd piece, even if we don't have the full breadth of information that we might want.
I didn't think that obtaining the current construction costs would be that difficult, because under the bylaw and the policy for arterial roads, they are to be done on an annual basis. So is that work not being done?
For,
Oh, I guess I can't ask, I'm
that's-
answering the speaker's
I
question.
think that's a good question. Sounds like administration might want to have some context there.
we'll follow that question through you, Councillor. The estimates are done for the developing area. In terms of the obligations for the improvements to the entire arterial network across the city, which includes built-up areas, areas that have previously been built, that work isn't done or on hand. It's an incredible undertaking. There's probably billions of dollars of arterial road needs out there. So to break that down is, which is why we chose and why we were directed to have that more focused nature around priorities.
Okay, so just to the mover, I think it was, and I can absolutely understand, like, fair assumption to think that that information would be available and that that was part of the prioritization process, but we're hearing pretty clearly from administration that they will not be able to deliver that breadth of cost analysis that you're looking for. And I agree that that's an important question to be able to answer, but are we willing to not get the March 23rd report?
Or I would be willing to get construction costs as available.
Yeah, great. I think that would be.
And I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Because I think at the end of the day, what I'm kind of hearing from this conversation is we want as much information as is possibly available at this time. And if there's a desire for further work to be directed after we have everything that's available, that can be done at the March conversation. Is that, to administration, is that
That's
a fair
fair.
approach?
If there is information available, we can include that. And if it's not readily available, we would note, to be determined.
Okay, sorry, the wording just disappeared there. If there's a need, maybe it's friendly just to say, including all available, or as available. Okay, it's already been. Great, thank you.
Okay,
I have no further questions.
okay. The subsequent motion is amended. Administration, I'll look to Kim and Travis, everybody's on the same page about what's being asked for?
It's clear, and we are able to work with this for the March report.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. So, Councilor Paquette, is that a question on the, okay, Councilor Paquette,
No question, just to speak.
to speak. Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, we have the amended subsequent motion. All good? Questions? Hearing none. To speak to it, Councilor Paquette.
Yeah, okay, so I understand the thinking, and like I said, I actually like it, but the challenge here is that accuracy is, like, don't expect any accuracy whatsoever. Because we're talking about things that have not been designed, have not had geotechnical work if necessary, drainage design, land acquisition if necessary. So any number ends up being an educated guess that could be anywhere from like 50% to 100% off or more. And as I mentioned, the concern I have is that if Edmonton writes down $10 million, the real price could be $20 million. Or if it gets referred or delayed, now it's 30 or 50 or $70 million. But the zombie number will persist. The public will see the number that is attached to that estimate, and that will be the number they expect forever. And then so we set up future councils or even later years of this council for accusations of blowing the budget or not knowing how to manage money, on and on and on, because that smaller number is the one that will persist, and that cannot be the number ultimately. The other concern I have is that the reason that we cannot get a good estimate on this is because until you do the work, until you actually go in and look at it to do it, it's kind of like asking a contractor how much it's going to cost to build this house, but they haven't seen the blueprints. They can estimate a lot of things about what might be in the house, but they don't know. So I would prefer that this is a standalone work if it's desired with a lot of those caveats in place, rather than a rushed work that is, no matter how good administration does on this work, it will leave gaping issues that can be latched onto and torn apart because it cannot possibly be accurate. And that is, then I wonder, okay, so what are we actually trying to achieve? And I understand the intention, but the process and the speed at which we want these answers makes the answers essentially unusable. That's the problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador, could you take the floor?
The chair.
So I just want to speak to this. I want to thank the mover for bringing the amendment forward. I think whenever possible, whenever we can articulate and get a cost for the liabilities that are awaiting our city, I think is critical. I think about not just the arterial roads, but I think about all the signalized intersections, all those stoplights. How many millions of dollars per signalized intersection are there? I think about any of these new liabilities that are coming online. I take Councillor Paquette's point about people lock onto a frozen in time price point. And again, that reminds for me the 2014 study that the city did about the three ASPs that are going to lose the city $1.4 billion. That's 10 years ago, $1.4 billion in 2014 dollars. That's an enormous amount of money about how new neighborhoods do not pay for themselves. And part of that is this conversation about arterial roads that all contributes to everything else. So if you're a councillor wondering, how am I going to get that rec center I want? How am I going to get that 41st Ave twinned or widened or quadded? How am I going to get these things? This is all part and parcel of that whole thing. So I think what the mover's trying to get at is that we need to see all of this in aggregate. And I think having a price tag on those things is very helpful. Even, I've raised as well about parking stalls. I can't tell you how many parking stalls we have in the city of Edmonton. I can't tell you how many parking stalls there are in neighborhoods in the city of Edmonton. But roughly, we know from last term, it costs us about $750 a parking stall for the sweeping, the snow removal, etc. We need to think like owners and have a very clear, articulated inventory of all of our assets and liabilities, especially going into the next 4-year capital plan. I think once we're already committed to doing something, it's easier to push water uphill than to get somebody else to pay for it once we've already been committed to doing something. So I think this is why, whether it's the original item of 3.13 or other items that are coming up, I expect to see this term from me and others a lot more critical commentary and questioning about just the obligations and how all of this comes together and how we are using our land use properly because of all of the other complications around all of it, for transportation, for everything else. Things are not getting cheaper. Microchips are not getting cheaper. Everything is getting more expensive, and being able to build in a sustainable way is more critical than ever. So I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Very similar comments. I think it's critically important that we give Edmontonians a full picture as possible on the cost of growth and the budget pressures that we're facing. I think, to better understand and contextualize the 10 priorities, I think we need to understand a fuller picture. I appreciate that these won't be perfect numbers, but I think an order of magnitude is really important. Because that speaks to additional work and strategy and policy that we'll need to develop to help meet those obligations in the future. So appreciate the mover bringing this forward and look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Or thank you, Mayor. I'd like to see a list as well of what's available and out there. My concern, though, is similar to Councillor Paquette of what is that cost going to be, and plus, what's that about? What's today's date? February 3rd, you're approximately 48 days, and that's calendar days, it's not even working days, to acquire a list and a full layout of the cost for each one, I think is very difficult for administration. And additionally, if this were provided in a different time frame, a different timeline to allow administration ample time to look at that, I think that would be more meaningful. I just have concern about the tight timelines to acquire this. And I'd also be very interested in what would be provided by administration at the UPC meeting coming up on the 23rd. And if additional information was required, then we can move something very similar in nature, but give it ample time to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Ugh, I'm really torn on this one. I think we need to have this information. And the problem is, the question I ask myself is, will it be meaningful information within such a short period of time? And that's where I'm a bit torn, because I also find that a lot of times we try to add too many things to a committee or a council report, cross-referencing multiple things, and then we don't actually have the meaningful conversation and the focused conversation we need to have on the specifics of any given item. So that's where I'm struggling, because I want this information. I think as a memo, it would be better, and I think we need that information to truly understand when we're having intergovernmental conversations, when we're having conversations with developers, as we're talking about things like substantial completion, all of these pieces. Like it is absolutely a factor we need. And I hear Councillor Paquette's concern and caution, as well as Councillor Elliott, in terms of when we put out incomplete or imperfect information, if that imperfect information becomes a media soundbite, a media clip that gets retained in people's minds, it does have a lasting impact. So, with all of these things considered, I am leaning towards non-support of this motion, but felt the need to explain the why. Not that we don't need this information, I just think it would have been more appropriate as a separate conversation and or a memo that could have then directed further work. So, thank you.
Thank you. The mover to close.
Thank you very much. Yes, more time to gather more information would always be appreciated, but I didn't think this was going to be that big of a task. You know, understanding that for developing neighborhoods, that these costs are done are updated on an annual basis, and I figured that in order to prioritize from 100 down to maybe the top 10, that some of this information would be needed to help prioritize. So I assume that this is information that would already be on file, so not a huge undertaking. You know, with the item that we just had for the Meadows, I've spent the past 4 years hearing from residents and even longer driving 17th Street myself, wondering why this road hasn't been expanded to the 4 lanes that was promised to residents. And so, you know, Councillor Paquette talked about, you know, having these numbers thrown out there. Well, we've also had the expectations of residents being told that we're going to have 4 lanes. And so I think some information like this might help residents to understand where those priorities are across the city, why the road they drive on a daily basis isn't being prioritized. And to have some of this information, whether complete or not, I think is going to be a good starting point for that. Our reports and budget reports that are going to be coming forward are going to be looking at those future operational costs. And it'll also maybe help us to look better at the capital funding requests. Just doing a quick scan of Calgary's funding for developing areas. Their capital funding requests, from what I can tell from their website, only come forward at budget time. So, you know, I think maybe that's something that we need to take a look at how we're working with our arterial roads. Councillor Rutherford talked about intergovernmental relationships, and I think having maybe not a totally accurate cost of construction, but a number to maybe stress the importance in our intergovernmental relationships, how important this infrastructure is, and the costs of it. So I would ask ask my colleagues to support this motion to at least get some information as sort of a springboard so that we can continue the conversation about it.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried 8-4. Is that? Yes, that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that concludes item 3.13. Now we move to the beginning of the public hearing with item 3.1. Do you think we could have the presentation in the first 10 minutes work? Or
yes, Councillor.
Excellent. Okay, well let's get going on the presentation then.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone approximately 12 hectares of land in the Ermineskin neighborhood to facilitate transit-oriented development adjacent to the Century Park LRT station and transit center. The application proposes to replace the existing direct control zone with a special area that includes the Century Park mixed-use zone and Century Park transition zone. An amendment to the White Mud District Plan is also proposed to accommodate the Century Park special area and its 2 zones. Next slide, please. For this application, administration engaged with the city's webpage, site signage, and over 2,500 mailed notices and direct communication with residents. Of the 8 community members who provided input, 3 expressed opposition due to concerns about potential traffic increases. Mixed feedback was received on the current state of pedestrian access through the site to the Century Park Transit Center, and several general questions were received about the developer's intent. A letter of support was recently received from the Ermineskin Community League, citing collaborative efforts that they have experienced with the developer and an eagerness to see continued development of Century Park. Next slide, please. The site is immediately east of the Century Park LRT station and transit center and was the former location of Heritage Mall, which was demolished in 2001. It is located within the Century Park district node and is designated as a priority growth area. Approximately 70% of the site remains undeveloped. As the undeveloped lands are located in the center of the site, surrounding land uses are currently disconnected from the transit center by the absence of a complete mobility network. The developed portion of the site includes 2 completed parcels and 2 parcels that are currently under construction with approved development permits. Next slide, please. The establishment of a special area requires support from a statutory plan under zoning bylaw requirements, and the White Mud District Plan is the statutory plan in effect. To accommodate the rezoning, a new area-specific policy is proposed within the White Mud District Plan with boundaries matching the site. Next slide, please. The proposed special area will establish consistent site-wide street designs and integration between the constructed portion of the private road network and future phases of development. These design requirements are necessary because the site's road network will continue to be privately owned, and the city's design and construction standards apply only to public roads. Next slide, please. The CPT zone will apply to portions of the site that are developed or developing and will accommodate existing structures and parcels with issued development permits. It maintains the development rights that guided the design of these buildings and ensures they remain legal conforming under the proposed zone. Next slide, please. The CPMU zone will encompass only the undeveloped portion of the site. It contains uses and regulations that better align with the city's regulatory framework compared to the existing DC2, which predates the current zoning bylaw. The zone allows a range of residential and commercial uses, including both vertical and horizontal mixed-use development, up to a maximum height of 75 meters. It requires commercial development at ground level along 27th Avenue, which is the TOD's main east-west connection to the transit center, and ensures a pedestrian-oriented environment throughout the site. Next slide, please. Compared to the current DC2 zone, the proposed special area changes the design of the primary east-west link from the LRT station into the site. The special area's revised cross-section is considered more vehicle-oriented due to the double-sided angle parking for vehicles and overall reduction in pedestrian space. This change was proposed by the applicant to support businesses along 27th Avenue in recognition of the avenue's dual function as the TOD's main commercial corridor and its primary pedestrian connection. Despite this, the pedestrian environment continues to meet an acceptable level of design for its function. For example, the pedestrian public realm aligns closely with the equivalent targets from the Downtown Streetscape Design Manual. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning was presented to the Edmonton Design Committee and received its support with suggestions for some improvement. The application responded to the committee's recommendations by simplifying podium regulations in the CPMU zone, clarifying pedestrian infrastructure requirements in the special area road designs, and adding interface requirements between the site and the Century Park Transit Center. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with the city plan by strategically planning equitable access to amenities and public services, as well as maximizing the benefits of mass transit investment. In the White Mud District Plan, the site is within a priority growth area and the Century Park District node. District policy supports high-rise development for sites in a district node that are within 200 meters of a mass transit station or along an arterial roadway and where the site size and context allow for appropriate transition to surrounding development. The proposed zoning meets these requirements. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it facilitates development of approximately 8 hectares of vacant land immediately beside the Century Park LRT station in a district node and priority growth area, and enables businesses and development to integrate with existing transit facilities by completing missing connections in the Ermineskin neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. The next, are any of the other speakers in favor? Do they have presentations? Yep, please come on down and, well, do we have time? There's about 4 minutes. Would you like to start after lunch or? Okay, with the latitude of the assembly, we'll recess, reconvene at 1:30.
Hello.
Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang, are you back with us?
Good afternoon.
Great to hear you. Councillor Knack is still away. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Elliott.
Present.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. I believe we were just starting on presentation from the applicant. Anna Moir, please proceed.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Anna Moyer. I'm here on behalf of K&H Developments to speak to the rezoning of Century Park to move from the existing DC2 zoning to a new special area. Next slide. K&H Developments is a local developer with experience delivering high-quality projects in diverse contexts throughout Western Canada. They have an established presence at Century Park with ongoing work at Century Gardens in the northeast portion of the site. Their focus is on housing delivery, construction quality, and long-term community building. Next. The vision for Century Park has remained consistent over time. At its core, it is about creating a connected, transit-oriented community that builds on the significant investment already made in this area, both in development and in transit infrastructure. K&H's role in that vision is as a long-term steward of the site, shaping Century Park as a cohesive, thriving TOD district. That means a curated approach to building form, public realm, and land uses in a way that reinforces the transit interface and contributes to a complete community. Next. Bringing that vision to life is about how the site functions in practice. Next slide, please. The main shopping street is designed to work as a viable destination, as a place people actively choose to visit. Because this isn't a through corridor, the design focuses on visibility and convenience, creating reasons for people to arrive, linger, and support local businesses throughout the year. Housing across the site is intentionally market responsive, allowing each block to adapt while continuing to deliver a range of housing options in a transit-oriented location. And the relationship to the transit center is critical to creating this transit-oriented community. The intent is for that interface to be permeable and intuitive, both on the street and above grade. Through subsequent development permits, we will explore the integration of public spaces, improved pedestrian connections, and an above-grade pedway connection to the transit center. The goal is a site that works well for people arriving in different ways and in all seasons. Next. Our main shopping street is designed to provide a dynamic, street-oriented experience. Sidewalks have been expanded to a full 3 meters wide and unobstructed on both sides, creating an expansive and comfortable walking environment. Variable building setbacks allow businesses to interact with the street through patios and other activations. At the same time, like most successful mixed-use districts, our Main Street needs to support people's mobility choice. On-street parking is essential for commercial viability. It enables short-term visits, everyday convenience, and visibility for businesses. The design also allows for flexibility over time. The private street can be closed to support farmers markets and community events. And as Century Park matures, there may be opportunities in the future to further reallocate space towards public realm uses. But the focus today is on creating a Century Park that works for tomorrow, with a Main Street that is competitive and capable of supporting viable businesses from day one. Next slide. The real challenge today is not this vision, it's the zoning tool. A direct control zone has limited ability to respond to changing market and construction considerations over time. This overly prescriptive zoning creates a complicated development permit process and is a barrier to implementation. The proposed rezoning is not about changing the intended intensity or mix of uses at Century Park. It is about leveraging a new approach and improved alignment with the city's new zoning bylaw. Next slide. Built on the framework of the city's MU zone, the Century Park special area functions much like a standard city zone. It allows appropriate flexibility for each subsequent development permit, while still providing site-specific direction for a large phased site with private roads and a complex public realm. Most importantly, it aligns the zoning mechanism with how Century Park will actually be delivered. This application is focused on implementation, putting the right tool in place to allow the long-standing vision for the site to be realized. Next slide. I would like to thank administration and Tom and Andrew for all of their ongoing collaboration on this project. It's been a really great process, and thank you, Council, for your time today. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Guest Moyer. Guest Murray.
Just questions.
Just questions. Okay. Catherine Oberg. So same with Craig Hahn and Tony Zane. All our questions. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay. Turning to my colleagues, are there any questions of the applicant? I'll go to the ward councillor.
Yeah, I'll have questions, but I'd like to hear from the opposed first.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Well, you can, yeah, you can come back in a future round, or you can, if
I'll
there's
come back in
anything.
a future round.
Okay. Councillor Salvador, could you take the chair? And if I can go on the board. Thank you. Just wanted to ask the applicant to respond to sort of the concerns raised by the Edmonton Design Committee in the letter. In particular, the public realm interface around the roadway, the angle parking, those sorts of pieces. Those seem contradictory to the stated goals of the vibrant public realm and TOD transit.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And certainly, Edmonton Design Committee has given us some great input on how we can improve the site moving forward into the development permit phase. And of course, the panel will also see ongoing development permits as we progress. But the main street is probably our most important street in the entire program. And having worked across Western Canada, numerous main streets, and of course working with our retail experts, Global Retail Strategies, we feel that we have a very strong program here for our main street. It's really a balancing act at the end of the day. The original main street, as envisioned in the current DC2, really does not do a retail street justice. That retail would really struggle to survive. So we've put in the opportunity to have some vehicle passageway as well as angled parking to really increase that on-street parking capabilities, but not also taking away from our parking commitments. The rest of the parking is below grade. Having an extra wide pedestrian through zone of 3 meters, plus having variable setbacks in the facade, allow us to have frontage zone, patio space, spill out space, and so really creating an animated street experience, very pedestrian oriented. So I appreciate Edmonton Design Panel's commitment to improving our design. We'll certainly work through that, through the building facade, through materiality, and through the overall landscaping. But the main street, we feel, will contribute to a thriving atmosphere.
Thank you. That was my question. Anyone else on the board for questions of the applicant? Oh, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe just a few questions now, and I might circle back after new information. But wondering if you can comment on how far off the proposed designs are for public realm compared to typical requirements on the city side. And I can ask this of administration as well, but I wanted to hear your thoughts.
No, appreciate that, Councillor. We're not far off at all. Quite frankly, it's really the difference between parallel parking and angled parking. Our goal is to put in that additional convenience, short-term parking so that people can not only walk to the shops, but can also drive into the site and enjoy the space. It is not intended to be long-term whatsoever. As it relates to the balance of the street standards, we are very much in alignment and have been working quite hard with city administration to land on appropriate streetscapes, sidewalk widths, drive aisle widths, and so on. So I wouldn't say we're far off at all. It's really the difference on angled parking versus parallel on that street.
And that was going to be my next question, is just the decision point around angled versus parallel. Why? Just help me understand that choice and why parallel wouldn't work in this context.
Yeah, of course. And not to say that parallel parking wouldn't necessarily help. It's the difference between people being able to visit the site, see the shop, pull up, and be able to access it. From a leasing perspective, it really helps leasing when they can rely on great visibility of parking right on the street itself. So we're certainly able to do parallel parking. However, perpendicular just allows you to have that much more convenience parking right at their doorstep. So it is really about the leasing strategy, ensuring that we have a thriving main street. The shops are filled, we have restaurants and bars, and people are actually able to enjoy a thriving street. Without it, we should remember that this is a suburban context. Yes, it is transit-oriented development, but the culture of such in this area and of Edmontonians is still a driving culture, unfortunately. The nice thing about the street and the way we've designed it, and you've seen in some of the renderings, is yes, we may have parallel parking for the vast majority of the time. However, Sunday markets, winter festivals, summer festivals. We're able to shut down those streets. Of course, they all are privately owned. And so we're able to reprogram, reprioritize, and create a great festival opportunity that will create a thriving area. And then lastly, I'll say, Councillor, is that over time, you know, when we see cities turn to a more pedestrianized area, they're hundreds of years old. And so our hope is, you know, Century Park thrives and we get the density that we're looking for. And over time, maybe we do look at that parking program and maybe it's no longer in favor or the flavor of the day, and we actually want to change that program on the street. We have that ability, and we've designed the street to accommodate that.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I also had a question around just the broader connectivity with the active transportation network. I guess, like in particular, I had a question about the shared pathway going up 110th Street and just kind of stopping once we get to the central main street. I think I just have questions about the loss of active modes within that sort of central main street itself.
No, that's a great observation, Councillor. Certainly, we recognize that having a bike infrastructure on retail streets do sometimes create a conflict, particularly from a leasing standpoint, from those retailers putting the patios out there and having unnecessary conflict points with pedestrians. So we have parallel routes that we've designed in order to accommodate that travel way for bikes and those active modes. The idea is you jump off, park, and then come onto the main street and enjoy the shopping street.
Okay, I will, oh, sorry, one more. I noticed in our district plans, and again, this might be better directed to city administration, but this area is also a planned district energy area, I believe. Any thoughts on that?
Not presently contemplated, Councillor. I'm not aware necessarily in conversations with administration, so perhaps that would be best directed to them, and happy to discuss after.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. One thing that I don't think was mentioned was, you know, in speaking with the accessibility committee that we have, one of the things they mentioned is that sometimes those car routes are actually kind of essential for egress and ingress to vehicles like DATs or big vans or whatever, and they actually do need some vehicle access to shops and to accommodations. Was this part of your thinking?
Absolutely, Councillor. The opportunity here is that we do provide a very accessible neighborhood for all. And one of the things we've thought very hard about is how do you access the site? How do you arrive? Do you arrive by foot, by train, by bike, by scooter, or by car? And certainly that's, and part of what we've been working with city administration is to ensure that all of our private roads are publicly accessible 24 hours a day. We don't have any transit routing specifically through the site, but that's of course is always welcome. And managing curbside and that street parking is going to be very important to the program at Century Park. The last thing I'll say on that, Councillor, is the nice thing about the ownership model here with K&H is that they will own the roads in perpetuity. So you have central management from the developer who has a long-term interest in the site. Some of the parcels may be sold off, but by and large, the main street and the surrounding parcels will be held long-term by K&H, meaning that they have an invested interest in its success and speaks to the ability to access the site as well.
Yeah, and in terms of wheelchair and walker accessibility and things like that, I might be straying a bit far. If I am, just reel me in, but it would be nice to be able to answer the community on like things like snow clearing and stuff like that. Who would be responsible? Is there going to be access for folks who have mobility challenges?
Yeah, absolutely. All snow clearing, all maintenance whatsoever will be through K&H developments to a standard that will be agreed upon with the city through legal agreements. And certainly that opportunity is there to continue to have conversation if service improvements are needed.
Okay. And
sorry, Councillor, one other thing, apologies.
Please go ahead.
I just also wanted to mention that, of course, through the building code, universal accessibility will be factored into all of the design as we get into the engineering of the streets, the curb letdowns, the crossings. We've put a lot of care and attention, and you'll see it in the regulations of the zone, bulb outs at so many meters so that there's this constant opportunity for pedestrians to cross, shorten crossing distances, and making it a safer community overall.
Right. Okay. And one last question, that is the, looking at the plan, it kind of lends itself to a sort of kiss and ride drop off. And so someone from outside the area might be driving in to drop off a loved one by the LRT station. And so is your thinking that they then can potentially stay, grab a coffee, or do some shopping, or is that going to overwhelm the area?
I'll ask Catherine Oberg from Bunt to jump in with additional detail, but the idea, we haven't specifically thought through a kiss and ride or a kiss and park situation.
Well, I think just organically that might happen.
It absolutely could, and the nice thing about that short-term parking is we'd love you to stop and grab a coffee, maybe a sandwich along your way.
Right, okay.
I don't know if Ms. Oberg has anything else to add.
Good afternoon. I don't have anything else to add. I think Brian captured it in that type of convenience and the ability to do two activities at once, again, leads to a vibrant community. So you're dropping people off, you're picking people up, and you can actually visit and patronize these businesses. That's a win in terms of the integration of all of these uses.
Okay, and I guess the one warning I would have about that is that we see what happens, for example, in school zones when parents are dropping off and picking up, and it gets pretty overwhelmed. And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts or mitigations for that potential eventuality.
Yeah, it's a good point. Schools have very specific start and end times. So that's one of the reasons why they do get overwhelmed. That typically happens often within a 15-minute to 20-minute period. The difference with pickup drop-off around LRT stations is that, especially with an LRT where there's regular movement of trains, that you don't necessarily need to hit an 8:30 bell. So it is distributed over time. This site used to be park and ride. It used to have a lot more of that kiss and ride. So a lot of that was captured within previous counts for the site. And then it comes down to if we have issues in terms of operations on site, then it becomes a site management and circulation. Again, there are tools and mechanisms to deal with that in terms of, orienting trips, designating areas, that type of thing. So that's, I would say, a longer term operations consideration.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I don't know if you can answer this or not, but one way to find out. In your design plan, have you, since there's a lot of blocks involved in this development, have you looking at from a lens to have somebody come in from a safety? Because it looks like there's going to be a heavy pedestrian access, which I do enjoy. But where I'm wondering is if you're taking like a CPTED, like a crime prevention through environmental design concept, because there could be a lot of blind spots, empty spots to just promote safety and well-being in your area.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Certainly with each development permit, there will be a CPTED assessment done for each one, particularly for the parking facilities. Through the master planning, we've definitely taken into consideration the opportunity to have clear visibility, alignment with pedestrians being able to access the site, navigate where they're going in a safe means. Through our engineering standards, we will work on safe lighting conditions and some of those other aspects that create a safe environment once the area begins to develop out. The other piece to this is around safe access to transit. Through the previous iteration of zoning, there have been efforts made and temporary pathways put in to give convenient direct access to the transit center. And through our first phase of development, which we currently have a subdivision application in, it is for all 3 blocks to the north, up against the north property line. So our intent there is, again, to finish off the public realm and be able to give people safe access through the site. So you'll see those details come together quite rapidly.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Councillor Morgan.
I guess I will ask some questions right now. So if this is not accepted right now, how are patrons? I'm seeing like a lot of routes through its development with lots of vehicle access. How are those vehicles going to be accommodated from outside of the community?
If this zone is not approved, I can't imagine the developer would want to press forward. It's been rather challenging using the existing zoning. As Ms. Moore had pointed out, the zoning is quite cumbersome. It is somewhat outdated based on when it was approved and amended several times over the years. So I think it would cause us to go back to the drawing board and perhaps reconsider the site altogether. The intent here with the zone that's put in front of you is to use the foundation of the mixed-use zone, which has been widely accepted by the industry here in Edmonton, and kudos to Council and Administration for a great zoning bylaw. Using that to really set the foundation for the enhancements that the special area zone adds on top. That is what we're asking for. Again, it's not so much the vision, it's really instrument and the tool of implementation. That's what we're really here to focus on. Without the approval today, I think we would struggle to take another step.
Okay. How much, I heard about underground parking. Is that public parking too planned?
Underground parking is the backbone, the foundation of this entire plan. We can't have this much density and not have parking underground.
Sure. Is that public parking or is that?
We're certainly open to a concept where there's both and. So through our commercial district, we have to supply a fairly decent amount of commercial parking for all those uses. Those will be underground in those buildings. Similarly, on the residential side, of course, we are in a TOD area, so we do have maximums on residential, but we want to make sure that there is parking available for all. The worst thing that we definitely don't want to see is parasitic parking or that spillover into the community. We want people to be able to take transit and have that as a convenience. We absolutely want to make sure that we park our population and those visiting the site.
So on this street, how much, what's the amount of parking we're adding to it if we go this route, I guess?
There's no amount, Councillor. The site is not designed architecturally yet. There are no buildings. Everything that you see is conceptual. So the intention here is to put the zoning framework in place that allows us to get to those detailed steps. Parking will be market driven and in line with Council's policy on parking as well as the zoning bylaw regulations.
Do we expect a lot of patronage from outside of this community to those businesses?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And our market studies show that actually we've pared back some of that commercial. There is quite a bit of opportunity for Century Park in that kind of more small retail format, some small commercial retail units, as well as some anchor opportunities with grocers. So we're very excited about the future of the retail program, and is why we are very certain about our development program for our Main Street.
Okay, cool. I think one of my colleagues mentioned it too. I know, like, when I go there, and I go there often to some of the cafes in that area, there's an hour parking limit that's free, right? And then after that, is there a plan for managing that? You don't have one yet, is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Certainly not at the moment, Councillor. We're still at that zoning phase and getting into the subdivision, but we're happy to take that feedback back to the management company and look at an operational plan for that.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah, one quick question, and it's kind of, I hope it's not offside, but it kind of goes in a frame that we were talking about a little bit earlier today. And would you be open to kind of sharing, because you guys are going to kind of own and have maintenance on the roads? Once we get to that point, if we get to that point, would you be open on sharing some of those costs or strategies with admin and us? I just love to see it from another lens, that's all.
We're happy to have that conversation with administration.
Thank you, that's it.
Okay, no further questions for the applicants. We'll now go to the speakers in opposition. I guess first guest Montefiore, are you with us?
Yeah. I have a presentation.
Excellent. I'll look to the clerk if we can. Yep, it's up and running.
Okay,
here.
awesome.
5 minutes.
So, hi everybody. My name is Dali Sepemantufad, and I've been taking public transit through Century Park since 2010 when I started summer swimming in morning practice. So I had to get to the Butterdome, the West Pool from Terwilliger Town. And ever since then, I've been a regular through Century Park. Specifically, I really do try to take more mass transit trips nowadays. I am on the city's Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee, so I am aware of trying to get to that 50% of all trips being made by transit or active transportation. And even today, Century Park is still part of my commute to work. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with what I love. I love that this development site, just again, I've been seeing this for 15 years. I used to park and ride there when I was in high school. I love that it's being developed finally, and I love the high density. It's really great. However, I do have a struggle with the fact that we're replacing the main street with a more vehicle-oriented center street because it perpetuates vehicle-oriented development already in the area, and it destroys the intent of the district's only priority growth area. And community engagement was insufficient. I didn't even know about this until a few days ago. Next slide, please. So it's one thing for me to tell you that there's already a lot of vehicle-oriented, development in the area. I see it all the time, but I really wanted to quantify it for you. So I kind of got on GIS and I laid out the Century Park District node in orange. And then I put in the DC2 and general commercial development in the purple layer just to show what part of that district node is actually commercial. And of that, it's only 27.47. So we already don't have a lot for priority growth area for, not as is vehicle oriented development. And even then, we only have 40.92% that, or we already have 40.92% that is vehicle oriented. And that's me counting the CPMU, but without it, it's already half of it. And that's supposed to be a priority, like high priority area. So that's disappointing to see for me that we want to add more in the one place that I thought it was going to be a main street, especially when the pedestrian oriented commercial development is only 3% right now. And that's like where the Bee Coffee is, for example. Next slide, please. So this this part of the proposal really destroys the district plan intent. It shifts from pedestrian first to vehicle-oriented design. So the report replaces the main street again with the center street, and it adds a double-sided angle parking that reduces pedestrian priority space, and it really does weaken what this could look like. It locks in car access at a premier transit node, especially like this is Century Park. So we do have a lot of people coming in and out. I'll touch on that later. It uses a special area to weaken policy certainty. It replaces a low emissions mobility spine with vehicle infrastructure, and it narrows public engagement for city shaping TOD decision. Next slide, please. I just wanted to show, like, this is what I grew up with. So Town Center Boulevard, this is what I'm imagining that this is going to look like realistically. And it's just car-centric design. To me, it doesn't make any difference between something that's more Main Street like Stephen Avenue. So I really do want to highlight what we're, deciding for 27th Avenue for the development of it. Next slide, please. And when we talk about vehicle infrastructure to support businesses along 27th Avenue Northwest, it really confused me because Century Park has so many people that come through it. This is unfortunately from 2019 because I couldn't find anything from recently, but 28,000 people, passengers, coming through Century Park, to me sounds like a great amount of people that are coming through and patronizing shops. I know to get home, I would have to take the 7:15, and that comes 15 minutes after I get to Century Park. I would buy a birthday card, I could get a coffee, these are things I could do if I could just walk there. But if I have to deal with cars, like I have to deal with them when people are getting picked up, I'm not gonna be into it. And yeah, most riders already arrive on foot or by transit. Yeah, I'll go to the last slide because I want to talk about community engagement, please. So it was insufficient. It was very basic with the approach. It was a guaranteed low awareness. I didn't even know about this. The Southwest Area Council of Community Leagues was notified. I'm part of that. I read the Terwilliger Tribune on a monthly basis, and I checked through the last 4 submissions, and it was not mentioned once. So I don't know how they were supposed to notify me about this. And when we talk about having site signage, I didn't see it. This is very far away from where the transit center actually is. I don't know if there was just one sign and nobody saw it. I don't know why we couldn't have put something at actually the Century Park LRT station. And I just don't think journal ads are doing it. I feel like maybe within the district having an ad for this on Instagram, that would have actually had people looking at it. So I really hope the council considers getting more public engagement for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Guest DeWong.
Hi, I have a presentation.
Okay, it's up. You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, everyone. You'll rarely find me on this side of a public hearing, but I want to bring a certain lens to this. So today I'm just speaking for myself and my own opinion. I'm speaking today because we're considering a huge brownfield site right next to transit. And this should be an envisionment of how we see our city developing in the future. I advocate for more housing and building more transit-oriented density. But to be able to advocate for this and to convince others and council that we should be building more of these places, we have to build these to be nice places to live for the people there. And that's foremost what I'd want. I've lived in low density areas, high density areas, medium density areas my whole life. And one of the areas that really imprinted on me was living in Liberty Village in Toronto. A lot of people would describe this as a suburb within the city because it had an extremely high density of towers, yet very car-oriented design with parking lots that you had to walk across to get to the supermarket, parallel parking everywhere, multiple parking lots, not even sidewalks on both sides. And that was just, it was nice to be able to live there and have stuff within walking distance, but it felt like I was a guest in my own neighborhood when I went to walk around. Next slide, please. So when I looked at this, I really could not believe my eyes that we have a chance to build something from scratch. And we're moving from a design that's meant to be a place to stay, a place to live, a place to relax. And we're just turning it into essentially like another non-place. This could be anywhere. It could be, it could be in Terwilliger. It could be Rocky Mountain House. It looks like the street design really looks like it could be any random suburban shopping area street. I really do not know why we're making these permanent choices. And those of you who know about how hard it is to remove parking after the fact, if we ever decide to pedestrianize this street, or the developer does because it's private, it's going to be extremely hard. So we are really locking in these decisions now. As the previous speaker said, we know for a fact that pedestrian-oriented retail streets are nicer to be in. They are more successful and more vibrant. Next slide, please. So we know what works. We know what makes nice places. We know what makes nice transit-oriented places. On the right-hand side, I've shown a picture from Copenhagen. And before you write me off, this is on a new suburb, transit-oriented suburb, on one metro line at the far edge of the city near the airport. And you can see, you might not be able to see the retail, but here's a retail street. And that's how they build it. And so when we're looking to design these new areas, I want these places to be nice areas for people to live in, not just for people to pass through, but for people to stay in and for people to feel like they actually, that they're not just a guest in those neighborhoods where they live, that they actually belong there, that they can sit there without giving yet another space to a car. And we're only asking for, a section of one street in a completely new neighborhood to be pedestrian oriented. All the other streets, they're for cars. And even under the previous pedestrian oriented plan, there was still vehicle access. There's still 2 lanes of driving, for the DATS vehicles, for people to drop people off. You could still drive straight through it. It wasn't even a completely pedestrianized design. So go forward, approve the plan. I love having more homes. Just please, let's take one section of one street and make it for people instead of cars. Thanks.
Okay, that's our 2 speakers in opposition. Now questions of the speakers. Go to the ward councillor first. Nope.
None for speakers. Admin though.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you both for your thoughtful presentations, and really appreciate some of the cautions you flagged. I guess the tension I'm feeling is that for me, the trade-off isn't necessarily, the Main Street as envisioned in the original DC versus what's proposed now. It's sort of a gravel parking lot that's been undeveloped for decades versus what's proposed in the rezoning. So Speaker Duang, I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard question. That's something to consider. All I can speak to is my experience and the fact that if we're building these new transit-oriented developments from scratch, not even in existing neighborhoods, like I advocate for, and then we turn them into places that people don't really enjoy living in, as I know from personal experience, because they're car-oriented, then how do I advocate for that anywhere else? Mm-hmm. You have to be building nice urban places. We know what it takes, and this is not it. So Like, I guess it's a hard position to be in as counselor. I don't envy you, but it has to. I just like the gut when I looked at this was like WTF, like like it just contradicts everything we know about building new transit-oriented, people-oriented places from scratch and on a blank canvas, especially here.
Yeah, no, I take that point, and I think, I'll certainly have a few questions for administration, and I do appreciate your push for the highest level of urban design possible. Maybe just in terms of, I think a real something for me, the real deal breakers sort of have more to do with pedestrian flow. It seems to me that there are good pedestrian routes through this area, just in terms of access to the transit center, walking along the main street. I think what I'm hearing from you is it's sort of, again, just the width of that road and those crossing points potentially being what detracts from the pedestrian environment. Is that sort of the case?
I mean, that's part of it. I think just the design overall. I think it speaks for itself. Those two images. Whether I think, yeah, that's all I can say.
Okay. No, I appreciate it, and thank you again. I think to both of you as speakers, I think again, pushing for an urban environment, pushing for high quality design is really important. So appreciate you adding your voices.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any other questions of the speakers in opposition? Hearing none, we'll now go to questions of administration. And Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I guess just have one real question for admin here. I'm just looking to confirm that this plan fits within the current mobility standards, and I'm thinking I watched the presentation from the applicant, and I read I heard the presentation from yourselves and read it, and it does the mobility network in particular, the bike network is different from your presentation to theirs. So there is a discrepancy there, I guess. Thoughts on that?
Councillor, I think at the zoning stage here, what the zoning outlines is the requirement for things like sidewalks and shared use paths. There is a requirement in the zone that all streets have to have one of those on both sides. The exact network can be figured out at the subdivision level and at later stages of the development, but there's enough regulations in the special area zone and in the district policy directing the zone that should be captured and implemented fine in a connected way.
And I guess I can go over to the applicant now, eh?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Let's
Okay,
do
sorry.
all the questions of admin first, and then we can go new information and ask.
Okay, cool. All right, that sounds good. Thanks.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering how the introduction of angled parking and just increased vehicle movement on Center Street affects pedestrian safety, visibility.
I can start with that. So there's again regulations in the zone to address some of that. So yes, the angle parking is being introduced, but there are regulations to make sure that pedestrian crossings are narrow at 7 meters of a crossing, so bulb outs at the corner. There's crossings every 80 meters, and the general cross section is going to lend itself to relatively slow speeds, I think, for vehicle traffic. I don't know if any colleagues have some more technical sides of that?
I think generally speaking, that's the philosophy here for the design guide.
Okay, and I guess the thing that I'm kind of coming back to, just knowing that this area in the district plan is identified as a pedestrian priority area, with the proposed changes, do we still feel that meets that intent and that designation?
Yes, Councillor, I think so. And, to some of the comments from the speakers, we reviewed this and had similar concerns, right? And our report and our presentation spoke to the change that was happening on that center street. When we are providing the recommendation to council, it's overall recommendation on balance, and that's certainly that shift that's happening there is one of the things that that we had similar critiques about when we were reviewing this. But I do think it is important to note that through the work we did with the applicant, we did get to a point where we are meeting essentially what we expect for a mixed-use neighborhood street. So, for example, in the downtown streetscapes manual, we have a neighborhood mixed-use street, and you have the frontage zone, through zone, furnishing zone. All that is being met here. So yes, the outside of the public realm, the middle of the roadway, previously, had a lot of pedestrian realm in the middle, but we are meeting that standard for the public realm beside the buildings.
Okay, and just help me, I apologize, help me understand. So there's the downtown streetscape design manual, but it seems like one of the differentiators here between it meeting expectations for like Main Street versus being classified as something else, Center Street. What is the big differentiator there? Is it the parallel parking versus angle parking?
I think we're mostly focusing on the function. So there's been a lot of discussion about main streets in both suburban and more urban contexts. And so when the change was occurring to go from that really enhanced pedestrian area to something that was a little bit more in line with some of our other streets, we wanted to shift away from that terminology. But really the function here is still meeting that of what we'd expect for like a pedestrian shopping street.
Okay, was a single aisle of parallel parking contemplated? Was that discussed?
We did have discussions with the applicant about various iterations there, whether parking was needed on both sides or one side, angle parking. This is what they went forward with. And again, overall, we see this, if you just focus on this one center street, I think we're missing a little bit of the bigger picture, which is that this overall zoning change is going to more likely lead to development that is going to have more people around the LRT station.
For sure, and I definitely understand that broader piece. I just wanted to follow up. My understanding in the district plan is that this area is a future opportunity for district energy.
That's correct, yes.
Have any of those conversations been had, or just looking for a little bit of?
So right now the city's working through various opportunities around the city, prioritizing opportunities around the city. So there's ongoing work in that regard, but nothing's far enough along the way that we're at the point where we can have discussions with the applicant through the zoning process.
Okay. I might have to come back, but I had a question just around the connectivity of the active transportation network, similar to what I asked the applicant around the location of the shared use pathways. There's one that comes down 110th Street and just kind of stops right at Center Street. I guess in my mind I would have assumed sort of cross-cutting pathways would provide greater connectivity and some opportunities to get across the main street, but just kind of ends at the Center Street. Was that considered? I'm out of time, so I'll leave that and come back.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, well, I'll pick up on that. Just wondering if administration has further detail about anticipated flow through of the site for cyclists, especially those maybe accessing the transit station.
So Center Street will have 3-meter shared pathway on either side. So if you look at the table under street classification provided within the admin's report, Center Street does have 3-meter wide shared pathways on both sides with 1.7-meter wide boulevard requirement. So it does, I think it's just a delineation of highlighting that differently from Center Street versus the other classification of the street.
Well, I'm looking at page 7 for the street classification, and I see sidewalk requirements, street boulevard requirements, parking, and then drive lanes. Which table is it, or which page is that has the bike lanes?
I think the mention on Center Street is that it'd be a 3-meter wide sidewalk. But again, the exact network of these can be determined at later stages as well. So we do have the appendices that show some things of that, and I think the point is well taken that there's kind of appears to be a dead end there. Kind of delivering people to the Center Street, but not so much to the transit center. I would expect if somebody were to want to be riding their bike and going, say, from the east to the transit center, they'd probably use 28th Avenue and connect to the north side of the transit center.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to pull up. I'll maybe let Councillor Salvador dig into that a bit further, but I see, so sort of on 26th Avenue or 28th Avenue, is there any protected bicycle infrastructure on those streets?
Not the protected, it's the shared pathways, through the shared
pathway.
pathways, yes.
Okay. Okay, maybe just going back to some of the questions, which I think are really valid around the build form. So I'm just trying to get a sense of scale. So I think the Terwillegar Town is actually, it's maybe interesting, comparable, but I think from what I'm seeing, that's about a 30-meter wide sort of sidewalk edge to sidewalk edge. Whereas looking at this cross-section, sort of sidewalk edge to sidewalk edge is about 18 meters. Is that, I don't know if administration can do that comparison, but am I correct that sort of from sidewalk to sidewalk edge is 18 meters?
I don't have the dimensions for Terwillegar, but I do think that generally these cross sections are pretty urban, and certainly at the crossings, right? So that's where they are accommodating vehicle traffic, right? And so those do have a certain amount of widths and lanes for parking and movement, but at the crossings they should feel very urban and very narrow, and that improves on the safety as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, just I think what I heard is it's a 7-meter width, so that's quite narrow.
That's right.
And then crossings every 80 meters, which seems like that's like, if you think of a block between Jasper and 102nd Ave, that would be 2 or 3 crossings in that distance.
Yeah, the blocks in the city have different lengths, but 80 meters is usually not a full block.
A full block, okay. I wonder too, just sort of the width of the street. I think, some of the context that may be missing from that cross section that we see is also the height of the buildings that are proposed. Did that also factor in, again, just to some of that massing in the urban sense of the street?
Yeah, so the public realm and the extension of the buildings immediately next to it is usually the focus when we're talking about massing. What the overall height ends up as is not so much the focus, but yeah, the zone does require a certain podium height and step backs to the towers. There's tower floor plate restrictions, tower separation. So all those basic things that you would have for a tower environment are implemented through the special area zones.
Great, thank you very much.
Councilor Rutherford.
Thanks. I feel like I'm going to ask a bunch of questions that are, for somebody reading this as a layperson. But on page 9, at the top of the Century Park mixed-use zone, there's a paragraph that says the CPMU zone is not site-specific. Consequently, development regulations for back distances and building street orientation rely on subdivided parcel boundaries to function. I did not understand what that meant.
I understand why. If I could explain a little bit. So normally if you're using a standard zone, you measure a setback. It's the distance between the building and a property line.
Yes.
And because we have this private network of roads, we don't have the same network of property lines and public streets that we normally would. So one of the reasons that there's a special area zone is to address that unique context.
So what does that look like in practice then as it goes through, and then, because it says the city cannot directly compel subdivision, but a 24-hour access easement will be registered untitled. in city's favor, making unsubdivided development highly improbable. Again, I didn't understand that.
Yeah, so normally if you're developing multiple sites that are separated by roadways, the roadways would be public, and the city, does what they do with the public roadways. And in order to ensure that development happened along sort of the images you've seen with the network of roads, the land needs to be subdivided. And the way that that's happening with this
But how does the public easement
so
incentivize it?
having the easement, and it's established already, provides certainty that the subdivision will occur, even though the zoning, for legal reasons, essentially we can't say in the zone you must subdivide the land. So it's a way of making sure that the development will happen and that a subdivision will likely occur down the road, because there's no other real way of developing the land.
I'm sorry, I really don't understand how, like, I'm trying to understand, because again, like the compromise, I hear the tension with my colleagues, and the reason I'm asking this line of questioning is because I hear the tension with my colleagues. I've heard from the speakers, both in favor and opposed. I understand that, we're maybe compromising on a bit of what's before us today, is compromising on a bit of public realm for maybe some actual development and density of this area. But I don't want to compromise if there's no guarantee, and I'm not understanding how this actually gets us more probability of that. So even through your description, again, I'm not a planning expert by trade, didn't study urban planning in university. Can you break it down for me? Like, what does this look like? If we approve today and this goes forward, what does this look like in practice?
So what it will look like is what you're seeing in some of the images. So the cross sections, the network of roads, that's the end goal that the zoning will implement. The mechanics of getting there is admittedly very complicated, and a lot of us at the administration on the applicant side, we had many meetings just to walk through those mechanics. So I probably can't explain it in a lot of detail right now. It is complicated, but we have the mechanisms in place to implement what you're seeing in the cross sections and in the other images.
I'll jump to another line of questioning just for my last. I'll probably have to come back for another round. But I do want to sit on the public easement component for a sec, because I am fully aware of areas where we have public easement agreements, then those developers are still blocking sidewalks and being told by enforcement there's nothing that they can do about it. There's a mix-up. So how do we actually properly, if we agree to this and we say we want to have public easements, how do we actually make sure that they're enforced? Because I know it's not happening in the ward that I represent.
Yeah, so the easements are in place right now. The zoning requires the actual roads to be constructed with the development permits on a phased approach as permits come in. So there, as with any development, there's always the opportunity that enforcement is necessary, but we do.
But the problem is that enforcement says to people that make a complaint that there's nothing that can be done, and then it's only when there's hey, by the way, there's a public easement agreement that comes through planning and development services, and like by then it's now 10 plus days with a sidewalk being blocked from people being able to walk. I just don't want, like, how do we, I'm asking this because I'm asking if it's a subsequent that needs to happen. And maybe I come back for round.
Yeah, Councillor Rutherford, I know we're looking into a situation, and I don't have the details on that yet in terms of what is the tool that we need to ensure that we can apply enforcement tactics if needed. So maybe just in the next minute, I can see what I can figure out.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Jans. I do have a question that one of the speakers in opposition brought up about the engagement, and just saying that maybe they felt that the engagement, the community engagement wasn't sufficient. And I just wanted to ask administration if they did follow through with the proper necessary engagement.
Certainly the necessary engagement was followed through with. We sent out about 2,500 notices to surrounding property owners, residents, community league. There were only 8 responses. So when we're going through these engagements, we're always flexible to adapt our engagement practices depending on what we hear. With that type of response rate, essentially. We didn't feel that we needed to do a lot more. There was information online. There were 3 signs around the property that were set up. The applicant also did some of their own engagement, having a website and meetings with the Community League. Most of that is beyond the necessary requirements, so the necessary was done, and we think that there was sufficient engagement for people to be aware. The Community League did write a letter of support, so I think there was awareness out there.
Okay, thank you.
Good, yeah. All right, councilors, motion for a second round of questions, please.
I'll move
So
that.
moved.
Moved by Principe, seconded by Wright. All in favor, please vote. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes as well.
Okay.
I'm a yes. Thank you, councilors. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councilor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just coming back to the questions around sort of cross-cutting connectivity through the site. The 3-meter wide sidewalk on Center Street is not a shared pathway, though, correct? That is a 3-meter sidewalk. There's not an expectation that that would be.
I think the intent
Or
is for a pedestrian shopping street and just having a wider width for more people.
Okay, so if someone is, you know, multimodal commuter, where would they cut through the site east-west if they're biking? Is the expectation up to 28th Avenue?
In terms of a high-level network, that would probably be the best option if they wanted to stay on a shared use pathway. There's, of course, the roads as well.
Right, okay, and if they wanted to go north-south on 110th Street, if they wanted to, say, like, go across the site down into the grocery store, it just seems like that particular shared use path just kind of ends, and I'm just trying to understand if there's an opportunity there.
I understand what you mean,
Yeah.
and that is something I observed earlier as well. There is a north-south shared use path that runs adjacent to the transit center, so there's a full east-west connection, there's a full north-south connection, and I think there's a connection that delivers people to the Center Street, and you know, I can imagine maybe some bike racks there if people are going to go shopping. And
Is there an opportunity at future like phases to close that gap, or is this that opportunity
The gap being
to extend the 110th shared use pathway?
There's nothing stopping them from doing that. You know, one of the advantages of this special area zone is it allows a little bit more flexibility in that regard. So the zoning says that all streets have to have sidewalks or shared use paths on either side. The applicant could choose to extend that down if it made sense to do so, and we could have that conversation with them at later stages.
Okay, I think that would be a great conversation. And then I just wanted clarity. So the Edmonton Design Committee, did they provide commentary on the pedestrian realm component of this application, or just the buildings themselves?
Most of the commentary was about the buildings themselves, I believe. They wanted some clarity around the differences and what the intentions were for the different public realms and the different street categories. So the version that Edmonton Design Committee saw was built upon afterwards, and that's where some of the more refined things, for example, the 7-meter crossing came out of that conversation in response, and some of those pieces as well.
Okay, that's helpful. I will leave it there for now.
Councilor Rutherford.
So just going back to my question, and again, the reason I'm asking this is because when I'm reading this, it sounds like that easement is actually a big piece of how we make sure, again, understanding the mechanisms are complex, to actually see development through in this space. So this is where this is coming from, but also, yes, if we're not able to enforce it, what do we need to do to enforce?
So, Councillor, I believe that we can address the enforcement issues or compliance if there was a complaint or an issue related to anyone restricting public access on the areas that we've identified will have public access. We have ability administratively, so we don't need direction in terms of being able to navigate that. So I can follow up as well, just on the more specific logistic of a situation that we had in your ward. So to give more context, and perhaps I can share that with all of council.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a one time, it was a recurring and they were getting messages from enforcement that it could not be enforced.
Mixed messages, yeah. So we'll clean that up administratively.
So even if you have that ability, it's not happening in practice. That's my concern.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We have a situation where there's some complexities in the organization that in terms of who is addressing the compliance. So we'll figure that out internally and be clear so that when these kind of situations come in with a public access easement and there's an issue, we can know how to enforce it.
Would you be amenable to a memo to that effect once you've looked at that so that I can proceed with comfort in knowing that this will be enforceable?
Yes, and I think it's probably fair to have all of council have line of sight of that.
Perfect. I appreciate that. And I agree 100%. Okay, now on for some more silly questions by Councillor Rutherford today. When I read the bylaw in item 3.2, there was unit maximums, but there was no unit minimums. Is that normal for a general zone?
I think so, yes. Most of the folks would be on maximums, and I believe the legal requirement is to provide a maximum, and that's why the zone has a maximum number of units.
But if I guess I'm just trying to understand, if we approve that today, we are, as we're always told by legal in these things, that we have to think about all cases of development potential within a zone, from highest to lowest. Based on what the zone is written in your bylaw that we would be approving today, what is the lowest level of development that could be allowable in this zone?
So the zone does restrict the uses to multi-unit housing so you wouldn't be allowed to build houses here or row housing. It would be multi-unit housing. The expectation would be, I can't see why the applicant would not want to maximize in terms of the heights that are allowed at 75 meters. You've seen some of the buildings that are getting built already, and I think that's what should be expected. We honestly didn't think there would be a need to have a minimum in terms of like a minimum height. That's usually our experience as a developer. We'll try to maximize that.
Okay, so if I'm reading this correctly, my understanding is that no row housing would be allowable except for in Block K.
So in terms of
And so everything else would be some sort of level of multi-story.
Yeah, so the undeveloped portions, so the mixed-use zone, it only allows multi-unit housing, supportive housing, and lodging housing. So essentially just, various versions of multi-unit housing. The row housing potential is in the zone that is essentially already developed or has development permits.
Okay, and then again in the bylaw, it talks about parking, and it's basically saying, either on street or parkades from what I'm understanding, but there's this kind of caveat of surface parking if it's like properly covered. Can I get more understanding of that and what that again would look like?
So all the parking regulations are pretty standard. So it's pretty common in a zone that allows for a multi-story development to allow for parkades or surface parking that's screened from the roads, usually screened by active uses on the main floor of the building. So that's pretty normal for like the mixed use zone that's in the standard zone for the zoning bylaw, and most of those are carried over in here.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to follow up on Councillor Salvador's line of questioning, because I don't think that 27th Avenue, I can see that won't necessarily be a direct desire line east-west, given some of the other development, but I am really curious, the 110th Street shared use path that comes from the north down to the main street, but then doesn't continue down to the commercial area. Just wanted to get some thoughts. So basically south of 27th Avenue, why there be no shared use path next to blocks H and J?
I don't really have a great answer for why there isn't, other than we looked at the east-west connection, the north-south connection. There's a shared use path along the transit center, and we didn't choose to have, more than one north-south route all the way through. I don't think there'd be a problem with that. Again, be curious to hear what the applicant's thoughts are on that. Okay. That north-south one could have easily ended at 28th Ave, for example, and might have looked a little cleaner. It's just that it went down to Center Street, and I don't think that it's inherently a problem to deliver to the Center Street and not necessarily continue beyond that.
Okay, yeah, I'll certainly follow up with the applicant. I think just sort of thinking of folks who are passing through the development rather than going to the development is a consideration. But I'll again just to confirm my understanding, which I think I heard earlier, there'd be nothing that precluded a further shared use path down the line.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We are now on to questions of new information. So you can ask the applicant. I'll defer to the ward councillor first. Anything for the applicant?
Yeah, I just got one question, I guess. Where's the applicant, just given some of the questions, if I was a 15-year-old kid going to Harrion Lake, taking the train up to Southgate, and I wanted to take my bike, living in Block F, what path would I take? In your eyes.
Thank you, Councillor. Certainly, coming off of the train, there's 3 main entry points, one onto 28th, 27th, and 26th. Block D is actually kind of meant to be more of a commercial amenity, likely a food hall with a pedway system that connects directly into the LRT station. So there's a couple different ways you can access the site directly onto Main, and that could be through a +15 or at grade. When you're, if let's say you had your bike, you're taking your Main Street, you could absolutely bike right on the drive aisles. So it would operate just like a local street. That is the intention, and connecting into any of the multi-use trails, either on 110 or even 28th Avenue. One other thing I will say, and it's not shown on the drawings because it already exists today from the previous DC2, is there is a shared use pass that extends east-west on 26th Avenue on the north side. So there is already, through the previous commitments, a direct link into the transit center, and that's already on land title as well. So just wanted to share that as well.
Thanks.
Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So, the residential speed limit is what it is, but I'm wondering if you're putting in any design factors. If we're hearing that the expectation is that a 15-year-old going through the center of their whole area is going to be on the road, I'm just wondering if we're looking at any sort of design mitigations so that even families who live in the area who want to hop on their bike and go from point A to point B, are they going to be safe going on that road? The people who actually are going to be living in these units, right?
Yeah, great question, Councillor, and I'll ask Ms. Oberg to jump in, but ultimately, the intention of the area is that it's slow-moving traffic. This is not Terwillegar Town. These are not collector roads. This is meant to be very slow-moving, and the idea is you dismount and, quite frankly, you walk the main street. If you're looking to pass through the neighborhood, you probably take a protected bike lane, no different than we would in the downtown, how we avoid Jasper Avenue for good reason. I don't want to be hit by a car or knock down a couple pedestrians on the sidewalk. So ultimately, we look for alternate routes to travel through the site. But if you're coming to the site and you're staying, there's plenty of opportunities to take safe bikeways or travel on the slow-moving streets. The other thing I will say from the public realm perspective and an urban design perspective is that we will have ample street furniture, bike parking, bike lockups to ensure that folks are able to visit the site, stay, and enjoy themselves. And ultimately make this their home. This is meant to be an urban village. This is not a one-and-done type community. This is meant to be the home for, quite frankly, thousands of people. And so we intentionally have a design in place that allows people to come here, stay, linger, and feel at home safely.
Okay, so are we anticipating then that the north-south road is going to be a faster road? I was a little bit unclear in your messaging about comparing it to Jasper Avenue or whatnot.
My only point is that we avoid some of those conflict points on a sidewalk when there's retail streets involved. In the residential districts, no, everything on the site is intentionally slow, and perhaps Ms. Oberg can jump in with some of the details on that.
Apologies. The shared pathway network that is planned is consistent with the shared pathway network in the approved DC2. And as I worked on that as well, I can speak to the fact that we did look at east-west connection along 28th Avenue that takes you from 109th Street all the way to 111th Street and provides access to the transit center. The extension south of 28th Avenue on 110th Street was purposely included to provide a connection to the center street. So it was to provide that link to a destination. It was not intended as a through route. In terms of the overall network, we have options, and that's what we try to strive for in terms of a network of possibilities. So if we're riding our bikes and that's our primary mode and that's where we're trying to get to, again, the 28th Avenue and the link on the east side of the transit center, those are our primary shared pathways, separate bike infrastructure components. We also, again, along the center street, it is more shopping, pedestrianized, slower moving people. So again, at the DC2, when we did the original DC2, we did look at how do these integrate? And the intent was that when you got to Center Street, you dismounted and you joined that group of pedestrians within that zone.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you.
Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to follow up on the extension of the shared use pathway down 110th Street beyond 27th Avenue. Just provide, additional connectivity north-south across the site to see if that was considered and if it could be considered. There's an openness to that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. As Ms. Oberg had mentioned, the termination of the multi-use path here really is to be the destination. You are arriving onto the main street. Connecting it further south may spill it out into nothing. So further south, of course, you're into a larger commercial suburban complex with ample surface parking. I think we want to ensure that it's somewhat contained. Through detailed design, we're happy to look at that to see if there's an opportunity to create a connected shared use path. There's certainly no reason why we couldn't look at that. It's not detailed here, unfortunately, and I apologize for that, but we're open to doing that.
Okay, I appreciate there's an openness to doing that. And just so I understand, if for example, someone was living, let me pull up if someone was in like Block F, and they wanted to go south to the grocery store via bike. I think having that connectivity would be really beneficial, even if it is into a larger commercial development. See, yeah. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I appreciate that, Councillor, and I think certainly we can't control what's outside of our site, but I think ultimately we look to put folks over to 109th Street on the east edge of the property, which would have a direct connection into that shopping center. Otherwise, we'd be dumping them into a parking lot that we just have no control over.
And is the east edge of that site on 109, is that a shared pathway?
I'm not aware, Councillor, that's public lands. But what I'm saying is that it's a street that could be accessed with sidewalks and so on.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I do believe there is a shared pathway there. That's a fair point. I think that is helpful and would just be encouraged by future conversations to close what I do see as a gap there.
Yeah, you bet, Councillor.
Councilor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Can I ask the applicant, how many units of parking is that beside Block A? Or is that envisioned to be a parkade, is that correct?
Councillor, there's no set program on any of these at the moment. We are contemplating a number of items through L, A, and B. So originally through previous designs, we did illustrate some parking features. Now parking features are, quite frankly, below ground, likely to have residential or seniors housing above.
So potentially that opens up for 13th Tower north of A?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not following.
Well, I'm looking at the illustration and it shows this, what looks like a parkade behind. It has Block A, Tower 1, Tower 2, and then what looks like a gray parkade.
That's right, and that was a massing model and a concept previously. It's in the illustration, but the site has not been formally planned yet with an actual building and design.
Okay. So what has been planned is the road network here and the conception of about 12 towers.
Correct. So we do have the framework in place for the form and character. The road network has been confirmed with administration. And of course, through detailed design, we will make all of those connections for the multi-use path so that they are safe and convenient for people.
Yeah. For the towers, why, it's 22 stories height?
75 meters,
So what is that, 20?
approximately. Yep.
That seems a little light compared to other areas. I'm thinking of like College Plaza's 30 stories, the two Eleanor and Laurent are 30 stories, 27 stories. Is there a reason for the reduced height?
Simply the development program that our clients have put together, wanting to ensure that there's some good undulation in the skyline, certainly something that's reflective of the neighborhood. I know the original direct control had 90-meter point towers, and just not within the development program in 2026 or for this site.
So it's not some other like the I don't know, another air factor or something else like proximity. Okay,
No.
Nothing because of the airport or the power lines
No,
or something.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Okay, awesome. And at full build out with the 12 towers, what are you estimating for residents?
We have in the undeveloped lands approximately 2,500 units that are planned. So overall across the site, the original DC contemplated, I believe, was about 4,000 units. Of course, everything within the transitional zone is largely built or built. And so overall, we look to increase that density ever so slightly, just for really because the MGA dictates we have to have a cap and giving ourselves a little bit of flexibility. So we would look to maximize the full buildability of the site through our maximums identified.
Okay. And again, just to confirm, you have full control over the streets here. It's private infrastructure. So if you wanted to do a farmer's market on the main street, if you want to close it for 4 months, if you want to change in future parking to one side of the street and put out block party patios or something, you have the liberty under this zone to do that. Am I correct?
Not quite, Councillor. We do have the ability to, of course, work with administration, but we do have a 24-hour access easement across the roadways to ensure that there is public access at all times. So it would be a conversation, but yes, the intention is we can absolutely close down the road. We can put in specialty pavers. We can do a lot of things that don't necessarily match the city standard, but actually is an enhancement.
So if you were to do something on the main street, that would be a permit conversation about a farmer's market or something
We
else.
could absolutely have those conversations,
Okay.
and we would not be up against city standards.
But it's not up, okay, yeah, just we're looking at a couple other areas, as you know, in the city where making sure that flexibility is built in from the jump.
Of course, it's built in.
Yeah, and there's plus 15 pedways connecting most of these buildings, is that correct?
So we do have contemplated through Block E and D the opportunity for a plus 15 that would directly link into the LRT station. Those conversations, preliminary chats have been had with Edmonton Transit and the engineering team. That will not occur in any detail until we get into that subdivision, which is intended to be our third phase.
So, okay, nothing prohibiting that.
Yeah.
Nothing further. I will take the chair back from Councillor Salvador. Thank you. And seeing no other speakers, would someone like to move to close public hearing?
I can do that.
Councillor Morgan, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Elliott. Kate, please vote on closure of the public hearing. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I'll go to Councillor Morgan for moving first reading.
Yeah, okay. I would move to do the first reading of Charter Bylaw 21405, 21406, and 21407.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Elliott. Excellent. Are there any councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Paquette, were you on the board?
Yep.
Or is that hangover?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Just very quickly, I just want to thank everyone who came out to speak. Thank administration for the hard work on this. I remember way back to 2017, 2018, and pre-COVID and a different kind of world. And while it would be phenomenal to have a pedestrian-only utopia, I'm not sure that's really in the cards right now, especially since essentially council provides permission through zoning, but we don't provide the capital. And so we can't mandate that someone spends millions of dollars to build something that we would like to see. We have to work with a proponent to see what is possible. And so far, we've found proponents on some of these things that are willing to go a little bit of the extra mile. And I see that here today. So while it may not be the purest version of what was originally envisioned, this is pretty good. And so I don't think that the choice is between either a pedestrian street or a car street from what I'm seeing. The choice is between nothing and something. And we're going to get something, and it's a far cry better than pretty much most streets that you'll see in the city of Edmonton. So we could hold the line, but frankly, I'm not sure if that would be beneficial for the people of Edmonton or for the city if it just stalls things out. And if we want to have these sort of, perfect versions, then what Edmonton has to do is be a developer. And you see that in Blatchford. So I think with that said, and with the assurances of the proponent and the understanding that there will be further conversations as we go, I'm going to support this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Wanted to share some pretty similar thoughts. I think this is an exciting development for this site. It's been sitting empty for far too long, and I think what's in front of us is reasonable and a great step forward. There are a few points that we didn't get through to questions, but I think some of the adaptability with the above ground parkades I think is really positive. I think continuing to evolve the street network. Again, I do think that north-south connection on 110th Street, recognizing that there are some other options, but really focusing on that long-term connectivity in the subsequent stages, I think is critical to a really successful place. Just want to thank administration and the applicants for working through this very detailed process. I also want to commend the use of a special area zone. I think that's really appropriate in this context. Helps capture some of the really unique elements of the site, but without something as prescriptive and challenging to implement as a DC. So thank you for all the work that went into that, and I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. No, Councillor Rutherford, and then I'll go and I'll give it to Rutherford.
Stevenson, Salvador?
No, I didn't. I said, Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair? But then I pulled back. And Councillor Rutherford, would you like to speak?
Yes, just briefly. I wanted to thank the applicant for, their creativity in putting this together. And as mentioned, I know it's not lost on me either that this is still above and beyond what, we normally can compel any developer to do. It's also going to bring a lot of much needed housing to an area that's sat vacant. I actually remember I actually lived in one of the apartment complexes at Century Park with my kids when they were really little. So my daughter, who's now in her teens, was still in diapers, and the parking lot looks exactly the same. And so I don't want her to get to 20 and not see anything else developed there. So I absolutely support that. I also think that, the concerns of the speakers in opposition, including, and especially to me, and one of the reasons I kind of asked some really redundant questions is because I do think about public engagement, and I do think about public hearing and how sometimes this information is so technical and so convoluted that I can't imagine the general public being able to meaningfully engage in this content unless you already have a planning degree. And so I think we do need to think about, and this isn't necessarily to the applicant, this is more to administration when we're making our reports, when people are coming to public hearing. I know these things are complicated. I know it's a lot. But if we actually want people to engage, how do we break it down in a way that the general public can understand? Because if I was to do a reading comprehension assessment on even that one paragraph that I pulled out and was asking you questions on, I'm guessing it would be at least at like a grade 18. So we need to do better. And I think that that's one easy way that we can do better on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. If you can take the chair.
Have the chair.
Yeah, I like Councilor Rutherford. I also live down in this area, and many memories of walking around Century Park Station and just seeing the massive parking lots there and wondering what could be. And considering 25 years ago the mall closed, and it's taken forever to kind of get this site off the ground, and I believe it's because it's gone through a few different design envisionings and different plans here. But I think I was at the opening of the Century Park LRT station in 2010, and they had some. I remember the models and things and the conversations there, and it's just. This is, I truly believe, going to be one of the best and coolest and most connected urban spaces in our city. I think there's a concentration of cool at the scale that you can get. It reminds me of like what generations did past with College Plaza, where you have the residential towers, the commercial towers, the pool, the gym, the whole amenity all in one building. There's just having these spaces like this that are connected directly to transit, with all those amenities in the area, with access to the river valley 10, 15 blocks away. I mean, it's just going to be such a gem, especially as the LRT continues, and that means getting it built, and that means getting it off the ground, and I think we have a realistic proposal here from the applicant in terms of what's buildable and what's doable, and what'll actually help people make homes in this community. So yeah, I'm prepared to support it as well, and I want to thank the speakers and those in opposition for their provocations as well too, because I think these are really, really important considerations. And I think as other people have been watching the debate today and listening to the questions, I hope that this continues to push and refine and elevate the design standard and the pedestrian standard and all these other pieces that we have. So certainly as the representative on the design committee, their feedback is not lost. It's duly noted by council. I always feel bad sometimes if we vote against a recommendation or don't seem to elevate the concerns of an advisory body, but certainly I think we did take that into account today from the design committee, and certainly did ask a lot of questions there. So I'm prepared to support the recommendation as well, and I will go to. May I take the chair back and go to the mover to close?
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor of this application. Really like to prioritize long overdue development of a large empty lot, just as my colleagues have mentioned as well. I walk by that lot too often. I drink coffee at B Coffee there at Century Park too much, and I'm looking forward to more opportunities to utilize that space. So I'm very excited about that. I'm also pleased to hear about the positive communications with the Community League. Anytime our leagues are included, I think it's a win, and so I appreciate you going above and beyond doing that and working with them on that. During the election, resident feedback, living on the site, I heard from lots of people in the current towers that bought those homes with the expectation that this transit-oriented development would be completed long ago, and it hasn't yet. So, as I walk by there, I see a sign across the street from Safeway announcing a development that was supposed to be opened summer 2025, which is still just a giant dirt pile. So I'm excited about that. I do hate, though, that we're losing an opportunity to make a walkable Market Street in my ward. But definitely, again, excited about getting rid of a site that's been a gaping hole in the south side. I think about 104th Street downtown when we closed down for farmers markets. I think of 8th Avenue in Calgary and how that activation makes for a vibrant area. And I think, honestly, it's a lost opportunity for you that you'll be finding maybe that an upgrade to that site maybe to benefit you later on, you and the residents. So, but anyway, I encourage you as you work through the development of the space to think about traffic safety, about children and families on foot, and about the literal limitless possibilities of street activation. So, for myself, I offer to keep my door open to work with the owner to help with activation of that road space anytime you need it. So, but I will be supporting. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Morgan. Please vote. I'm a yes.
Just missing one vote. Councillor Parma, are you still online?
I believe they said to mark them absent if they didn't respond.
Yes, just one more check, just as I see Councillor Parma in the Google Meet. Councillor Parma, are you with us? We will mark them absent. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Morgan.
And vote to, or move, I move to do second reading of bylaw 21405, 21406, 21407.
Thank you. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Elliott. Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I move to, for consideration of reading of bylaw 21405, 21406, 21407.
Consideration of the third reading, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Elliott. Please vote. Please vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. And third and final reading.
Yeah, third and final reading for bylaw 21405, 21406, and 21407.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you to everyone for your help. Next, we are moving on to, I believe, our final item. (3.12). This was selected by Councillor Stevenson, I believe. And we have a speaker, so we'll get the presentation. Yeah. Okay. Admin for a presentation whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the downtown neighborhood from a direct control zone to a direct control zone, or DC. This would allow for a mid-rise multi-unit residential development that ensures a pedestrian-oriented ground-level interface. Next slide, please. The site is located on a corner lot along an arterial road at the edge of downtown and is well connected to a variety of amenities and services that can be reached within a 5-minute walk. This includes open space, the Alberta Legislature grounds, and frequent bus service on 97th Avenue. Next slide, please.
Claire, could you mute the speaker, please? Thank you.
Through engagement, we heard feedback from 3 residents, with 2 in support and 1 in opposition. The residents who are in support stated that adding more density at this location will benefit the community, it will bring more residents to downtown, and that they support this kind or type of infill. Some concerns we heard were related to the existing tenants and what would happen to them, that the site should have an enclosed designated area for recycle, garbage bins, that type of thing, and that the proposed redevelopment would block their view and sunlight. Next slide, please. When compared with the existing DC zone, the proposed DC expands the list of uses, increases setbacks, and reduces the height and maximum number of dwellings. Next slide, please. The Center City District Plan defers to the Capital City Downtown Plan for further planning direction. In the Capital City Downtown Plan, the site is within the Mackay Avenue residential sub-area, and the proposal meets the policies in the following ways. It reinforces the high-density residential expected in the neighborhood. It allows commercial uses in residential buildings. It helps create a pleasant walking environment, and it encourages individual apartment and shop entrances at the street level. Additionally, the proposed rezoning aligns with the city plan's Big City Move, a community of communities, by providing the opportunity for people to easily complete their daily needs within 15 minutes of home. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. It is compatible with the surrounding land use, and it aligns with the Capital City Downtown Plan, as well as the city plan's goals to become a more compact city through the Big City Moves, a rebuildable city, and a community of communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I correct? All the team is just to answer questions, or do you have a presentation?
I have a presentation.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks. Could I have my slides up, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. I'm here with Clarity Development Advisory on behalf of the applicant to speak to the proposed rezoning for a building known as The Terrace at 10406 97th Avenue. I'm joined today by David from Abbey Lane Homes, the project proponent, as well as Ben from Gardner Architecture, who is leading the design, and they're both here to answer questions if needed. Next slide, please. So this is a prominent site along 97th Avenue in the urban core, directly north of the legislature grounds and nearby to Government Center Transit Station. The site is currently developed with two 1950s-era apartment buildings and surface parking, and is generally underutilized given its location. With strong transit access and 97th Avenue identified as a key pedestrian and transportation corridor, the site provides an opportunity for downtown development and intensification that contributes positively to the street and surrounding area. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns closely with the Capital City Downtown Plan and McKay Avenue policies. It delivers the desired high-density residential in the downtown core, enables infill on an underutilized site, and design regulations respond to the site's slope and context. Importantly, it supports individual, street-oriented residential entries and a pedestrian-scale street interface along 97th Ave and 104th Street. Next slide, please. So the site is currently zoned under a DC2, which permits a tower development that was approved back in 2009, but not constructed. The proposal before council today replaces that zoning with a new direct control zone that supports a more market-viable mid-rise form today. The intent is not to reduce development potential, but to move from a tower approval that has remained unbuilt to a mid-rise form that is well suited to current conditions and responsive to the street and surrounding context. Next slide, please. The proposed direct control is built off the RMH28 zone with a few targeted changes to reflect the site. The renders you'll see here are concept project design and intended to help illustrate the building form enabled under the direct control. The changes we've made respond to the slope, create the two street frontages, and respond to our need to be intentional about how the building meets the street. The DC follows the same setback and amenity area requirements as RM, creating a viable development pocket for a mid-rise building while still aligning with downtown policy. We provide clear requirements for ground level street frontage, which is a key guideline for residential development at this location. Next slide, please. At the street level, the development is organized around individual ground-oriented residential entries in a brownstone-style format, creating an active and animated sidewalk. The zoning allows the building to step with the site's slope using landscape terraces and stairs to manage grade changes and clearly transition from the public sidewalk to private homes. Design and landscaping requirements for this transition area ensure the streetscape remains human-scaled, interactive, and visually engaging. Next slide. This conceptual image shows how that approach actually plays out along the street. So you can see ground-oriented entrances directly addressing the sidewalk, the landscape terraces managing grade change, and the building stepping with the site while maintaining a continuous active street edge. Next slide, please. So in summary, this proposal activates an underutilized downtown site with a mid-rise building. responds to current demand for centrally located housing, uses a direct control zone to deliver the street-level outcomes city policy is calling for, and contributes to a walkable, pedestrian-oriented center city neighborhood. We believe it's a good fit for the site and consistent with the intentions of downtown policy, and we'd be more than happy to answer any questions you have for us today. Next slide. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll go to did the ward councillor select this item? Any questions? No. If Councillor Salvador, could you take the chair?
The chair.
I just have a quick question. Why a DC, and why is it just because of the uniqueness of the hill, or like in future, if you wanted to contemplate something like a point access block design or something else, would that require alterations to the DC?
Yeah, so that's a fantastic question. We actually started this application with a standard zone. So we pursued the RL zone for the site. The challenge that we had there was that zones like RL or RM cannot appropriately accommodate some of the street-oriented type unit requirements in the downtown policy. So what I mean to say is that you can build those ground-oriented units, but you're not compelled to do so. And so the issue that we have here is that we also looked at the HDR zone, which is one of the special area zones under the Capital City Downtown Plan. It's a little more conducive to building a high-rise building, so it establishes much larger setbacks that increase the more stories you go, in all making for kind of not a great unit layout, or not a great floor plate layout for a mid-rise building. So in all, we came to the conclusion that a direct control would have to be the use here. Now I'll add that we have designed it in such a way that it is very flexible. It offers a lot of opportunity. You're not stuck, for example, to a very specific elevation design, but you are stuck to needing to meet certain design requirements that are really important at this location. So that is kind of the core challenge that we're overcoming with the DC on this site. I wouldn't anticipate needing to come back for another rezoning to a DC because we've intentionally left it very similar to how the standard zones operate, just with a little bit of extra sort of framing for some of that street level interface.
Okay, all right. So if I get this, usually a more constrictive approach, but because of what you're doing, it actually allows for a little more flexibility there on the 104th Street side.
Sorry, could you repeat that question, please?
I don't want to belabor it. I think if that's what you want to go with, that's what you want to go with. Fine by me. On the 97th Ave side, though, one concern I have in general is just like that road is almost inhospitable because of the noisy vehicles, the motorbikes ripping up and down the tunnel there. What steps can you take to just protect the well-being of the residents in the building?
Yeah, that's also a great question, and Ben may also have some thoughts on that. But I do think the way that we've designed the regulations, one thing that is a bit of a conundrum that we often deal with in urban design is it can make a lot of sense to have sort of street-oriented units, but you may also end up with that exact concern that you're alluding to here. So the way that kind of the current concept works is that you are back a little bit. You have a bit of a terraced patio, that kind of thing, to set the actual units back and give them a little space and breathing room from the street, if that helps answer your question. But Ben, did you have any additional thoughts?
Sure. Obviously, as designers, we need to face arterial streets often. A key strategy we use is to recess the balconies within the building a little bit. That provides a little bit of oral separation and creates a bit of a physical enclosure as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Appreciate that. And given how it's oriented to 104, that should mitigate a lot of that. So, yeah, nothing further for me. Thank you for the presentation. If I may take the chair back.
Returned.
Hearing no other questions, we'll now go to speakers in opposition. I believe we have one. Is Michelle Richoux with us?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. You have 5 minutes, Michelle. Sorry, Michelle. Can you hear us? Michelle, I believe you're muted right now.
Hello?
Yep, you have 5 minutes to speak in opposition.
Yes, hello. I'm asked, it was an 8-story building that is to be proposed?
Yes.
And I live behind the proposed building, and it would block out all my sunlight. It would block out my morning sunrise. It would block out the view I have of the river valley. And for hundreds of other residents, this block is already dense and full of people, like thousands of people already live on this block. And it's already, a dismal, loud, and dangerous place to live. And to block out all the sunlight, I only have sun until 11 o'clock before the sun hits the high rise next door to me. And then I have to wait until 4 o'clock until the sun comes out. And I got about 2 hours of sun before it hits the next high rise. And then the sun disappears again behind all the high rises. And now the 28-story Symphony Towers blocks out all my western sun. So now, if this 8-story building goes up behind my house, where I've lived since 2014, where my mom was pregnant with me across the alley, and where my dad died on the same block, where I lived when I was homeless as a teenager, all in Rossdale. I feel I have a say being born on Jasper Avenue at the General Hospital as a citizen of Edmonton, that I would like to have my son, at least because that's how I'm disabled, and the only thing I live for is to go out my yard and be able to enjoy the sun for a few hours of the day before it's blocked out by all the high rises around me. There's continuous traffic in the alley. The block is already dense, full of people from all the high rises around me. And I hear half of them are half empty from the census man who came. There's hardly any people in desire of these condos in this area. It's a dangerous place to live. A lady was stabbed on this block by a man asking her for change in her car. People are attacked and stabbed, and I deal with it daily. People all around me in the dumpsters, and you want to make my alley into a darker, more dangerous place by taking away all the sunlight. What I propose is for you to put a park there, a nice dog walking park with a fountain. I'd even put a garden in there for you and maintain it for free. But to have an 8-story high rise taking out the last of my sun that I have for my garden that I've been growing out back, trying to grow tomatoes in the 5 hours of sunlight I have in the morning, that will be completely taken away from me. My ability to lie in my yard and enjoy some sun, or to see the fireworks from Telus Field from my yard, that'll be taken away from me. I already have like hundreds of windows all around my yard, from a 12-story high rise, a 4-story high rise, a 5-story high rise, all surrounding me. There's thousands of people on this block. It's already reached its maximum capacity of people. To infill it and make it even more full, I think would be disastrous. And I don't know who would want to live here. I've seen suicides and horrible things here. People who don't really want to live here, from hanging from the apartment next door, and you want to take out all of our view. Like, you'll take out the view for that high rise from me, from the apartments next to me. No one will be able to see the sonic rise anymore, or the trees, or anything around the river valley that I look forward to seeing every day. It would. I think a park should be built there for hundreds of people that walk their dogs and come onto my lawn and with their dogs, instead of having somewhere to go. It's ridiculous to think to put an 8-story high rise there when it's already reached full density is I think ridiculous, and just rude to the rest of us who like having sun in the morning because it's the only sun I have left. You know, like why can't they keep it 2 stories?
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for the, thank you, guest Rishu, for the remarks. We'll now, if you could mute yourself again, we'll now,
Goodbye. Have a nice day.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you. Councillor Stevenson, do you have a question for the guest?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle, for joining us and staying with us all day. You know, I really, really appreciate your questions around access to sunlight, and I'll follow up with our city staff about that, just so I can properly understand the potential impact. Are you up on 98th Avenue, or are you in the building sort of immediately to the north of this site?
Well, it shows in his slide, you can see the roof of my house. I'm the house and property next door to Peregrine Point on the corner. So I'm on 105th Street. So I would be directly behind this proposed site,
Okay, I see. Yep.
just next door
Yeah,
to the high rise.
I see that. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I'll ask about any potential shadow studies that were done or what we typically see. I was
The
also
building would,
wondering. Yeah,
sorry.
no, that's okay. The other aspect to this application, so something to note is that there's currently allowance on the site for an 82-meter high building. And what's being, so that would be a much taller high rise. And so what's being proposed is actually lower than what is currently allowed. Just wondering what you thought, if that's sort of you know, a step in the right direction, I suppose, from going from something taller to something that is shorter. Michelle, I don't know if you're still there. Oh, there we go.
Unmute my mic. Sorry, hi, I'm back.
That's all right.
So the original zoning was for how many story building?
Well, 82 meters, I'm bad at my math, but certainly much higher. What's being proposed now is about 28 meters. So it's more than half this height shorter than what's currently allowed.
So I don't know how many stories is 28 meters, but in the handout it said 8 stories.
Yeah, that's right. So the 28 meters would be about 8 stories, and then the 82 would be
well twice that, right? At least.
Yeah, about 23 stories.
Yeah, so it would be similar to the Symphony Towers, which completely blocks out the sun on the west.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what's currently allowed. So this rezoning would actually reduce that down to.
Well, I appreciate that, but it would still take out all my sun and view of the river valley.
Yeah.
And I would have, 1,000 more windows looking down on my yard.
Yeah.
Than I do now.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that trade-off, and I think that's a challenge as we're looking to build out some of these empty sites. But I'll take forward your questions. So next we're going to ask our city staff some questions, and so I'll be sure to raise what you've highlighted with them.
It would be nice to have a little park there for people to enjoy.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, thank you again so much for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye now.
Now we'll go to questions of administration. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just wondering if administration had some thoughts on that question of shadowing.
If I could just ask clerks to bring up slide 12. We do have a sun shadow study for the building at 28 meters or roughly 8 stories. So 12 will show spring equinox in March. So you can sort of see, I think, where the speaker is at, which is a bit to the north and the west. So there's some shadowing in the morning that where as it moves through the day, the shadowing is replaced by, I think, the building that's directly south. And then if we could just move to the next slide to see summertime. There is some light in the morning around 6 and 9, but again, as we move through the day, blocked a little bit again by that building that's directly to the south. And then some more exposure in a window between 3 and 6. Substantially lower than it would be for the building and the rights that are currently on the site at 23 stories.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. So it looks like, again, sort of that equinox, there would be some loss of that morning sunlight. But again, moving throughout the day in the summertime, doesn't seem to be any worsening of the current conditions.
Exactly. Even that window, I mean, we can't see it, but between 10 and 11, there might be some more light before that southern building really starts to kick in.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And again, just to clarify, this is, as you mentioned, this is a lower height than what's currently allowed. So again, the shadow impact would be correspondingly less.
It is, yeah. It's a significantly lower height building.
Okay. And then just in terms of the potential of a green space there, I think my understanding is that this is privately held land, so not necessarily something that the city would be able to use for a park unless we purchased it.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, and then is there sort of south of 97th Avenue, I believe that there are plans for some new open space and green space as part of the Rossdale redevelopment master plan?
Yes, yep, there are some big plans in that river crossing business plan. I don't have a lot of the details with me here today.
Okay, great. The only other questions, I couldn't see in the DC zone any provisions for bicycle parking. I may have missed a reference, but was just wondering if it's silent, will it just default to the requirements of the zoning bylaw?
It defaults, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And then I think it's an interesting question raised in terms of, again, some of the outcomes that are set out in the downtown plan seem like something we want to be striving for generally. So just wondering if this will help inform, I believe that the downtown zones may be under review or amendment. Again, just thinking how we can embed some of these principles into our standard zones.
Yeah, I hear you, Councillor Stevenson. It was definitely a challenge. We explored every standard zone that we have, including the HDR, high density residential zone, which the majority of this hill is. And the HDR zone does align with the plan as it should. Just wasn't a perfect fit in terms of the development plans for the site and accommodating the parkade and the steep slope. So we just stuck with a direct control. But definitely those feedback loops are there. We're always talking. The zoning bylaw team is at all our application reviews, so that's ongoing.
Great. Okay, really appreciate that. No further questions.
Thank you. I'll just look to the clerk and maybe to administration. Is there any objection? Are we required to take the 15 minutes, or is there an objection to finishing this item?
You are not required to take your 15-minute break. If you do not wish to, we can power through the break if all of council agrees.
Is there anyone on council objecting to powering through the break? And then, as this is the last item.
Am I able to speak again? I'm wondering.
Just in a moment, please. So hearing no objection, hearing no objection to council, clerk will just continue through, or do we need a motion to do that?
If there's no objection from members of council, we can continue on.
Okay, awesome. So we'll continue on. We are done with questions of administration. Now we're at new information. Councillor Stevenson, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to go back to our speaker, Michelle. Michelle, you had something that you wanted to add?
Well, yes, I just wanted to confirm, like, I have morning light until 11 o'clock, and then it reappears about 3 o'clock and then it's there for about an hour, and then it's gone for the rest of the night. So she was correct, but it doesn't really matter whether it's an 8-story or a 28-story building. I'll still be in the dark and lose all my sun, and all the residents with me in the building south of me and all the buildings north of me will lose the view of the river valley that we all must enjoy, rather than seeing a building there. You know, and 8 stories or 28 stories doesn't make a difference on putting me in the dark and not being able to see the sun all morning, and not being able to see the sunrise or the trees that I now see across the river, the view I have now.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter whether it's 8 stories, and then the density is something that's already over the top here on this block. To increase the amount of people here would just make it worse for amount of traffic, you know, and how crowded it is already. So there's a lot of traffic and nowhere for everyone to go as it is. To put 1,000 more people on this block that's already so overcrowded isn't very feasible or a good idea. Like, if the city could buy that land and put a nice park there with a fountain for all the hundreds of people that come to my yard with their dogs and have nowhere to go except in my yard, you know, it would be nice.
Okay.
Instead of another building with empty apartments that no one wants to live in because of the danger of living in this neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. I think we were able to get some clarification on that shadow impact, so that in the summer, it's looking like you won't be losing any of that morning sunshine.
Well, an 8-story building would completely block out the sun. I did, you know, the 12-story building next to me blocks it out, and it's, you know, not much taller than 8 stories. I'll have no sun whatsoever with an 8-story building
Yeah,
across the alley from me.
yeah, and that's not what we're seeing. I don't know if you can see the slides online right now, but again, I'm hearing your concern. I can see how there will be some loss in the spring and fall, but in the summer,
Well,
that
you have of the view of the valley
yeah,
and all of the sun.
yeah,
At noontime, the sun isn't over my head. It's going to be blocked out by the buildings as the sun travels through the sky. I'm not going to have any sun at all if that 8-story building is to the east and south of me. And you'll take away my view. And you'll increase the density to levels that are ridiculous as it is. There's so much traffic here.
Okay, thanks,
People,
Michelle, I'm just out of time, so I'll have to stop you there, but I appreciate those reflections as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or of arising from new information? Hearing none, we welcome closure of public hearing.
Move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Kate, please vote on closure of the public hearing. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
I'll move first reading of 3.12.
Second.
Okay, first reading. Questions? Debate? Anyone to speak? Hearing none, I will call the vote. I'm a yes. Do you want to? Do you want to close? Oh, please, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to reflect on this application. Really appreciate our speaker coming and, highlighting an attention that exists as we're building out our city. From the data that we have, I see that there will be some impact in the spring and the fall to surrounding properties. I feel that overall this is a net benefit for this corner. It will bring activity and animation to a space that has been lacking that, provides access to much needed housing in the downtown core, and helps strengthen our downtown. I think the thoughtful design that's been done really sets this space up for success, not only for the residents, but for others in the neighborhood who can access these new amenities. I think, some of the need for open space, recognizing that there's the legislature grounds quite close, recognizing that there'll be some more park space development south of the site, I think help balance out the addition of new folks here. And again, knowing that they're in a connected place that will help them be able to access a range of amenities in the Corp. So encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the vote. I'm a yes.
Councillor Palmer, are you online? We will mark Councillor Palmer absent. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Any questions? Any debates? Please call the vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please call the vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21393.
Second.
Okay, please call the vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. So that concludes this item. I'll look to the clerk. I believe we have a technical motion for our calendar.
Yes, moving on to notices of motion and motions without customary notice, I believe there are a couple things to do here.
Am I mistaken that we've concluded all of these items? And now we're on to notices of motion? And don't we have a notice of motion? Okay. Is it about the calendar or a different one?
No, it's a different one. It's notice.
Oh, okay.
Not without customary notice. This is just a notice.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Councillor. Right.
Whoops, sorry. So I'd like to give notice that I will be making a motion on our next council meeting, which I believe will now be February 17th, or will be in a couple of minutes. That administration provide a report to Community and Public Services Committee regarding options to amend the minor sport rental subsidy for city-operated amenities, including arenas, gymnasiums, pools, and sports fields, including options to reduce the current subsidy level for the minor sport rate, including an analysis of adjusting the rate from the current 50% of the adult rate to a higher cost recovery level, and an analysis on the viability and implications of requiring all minor sport organizations to mandate community league memberships for their participation as a condition of receiving the subsidized minor sport rate, and an assessment of the potential impacts on sport participation, registration costs for families, and the financial sustainability of community leagues, which will be due in Q3 2026.
Okay, thank you. The clerk has a copy of that?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Excellent. So notice is given. Are there any motions without customary notice? Sorry, clerk, are we supposed to be releasing a date?
So the February 12th Special City Council public hearing was called to deal with any items postponed from this or the January 26th City Council public hearing. And because we finished all of our items, we do not have a use for that Special City Council public hearing anymore.
Okay, I believe what the mayor, I think, wanted us to do is just hold it in our hearts and minds that we may need that for something, but I think the mayor wants that meeting canceled in terms of what it was previously, the special city council public hearing.
Yeah. So Councillor Jans, can I move a motion that City Council waive the rules on providing notice of motion as set out in Section 32 of Bylaw 18155, Council Procedures Bylaw, to allow Councillor Salvador to make a motion without notice regarding changes to the council calendar for February 2026?
Second.
Moved, seconded, and because this is a motion without customary notice, I believe there's a higher threshold to pass. Is that correct? It's 9 votes, I think.
That is correct. It requires a special resolution, which is 9 out of 13 members of council voting in favor in order to pass.
Okay.
And may I just get clarity on who seconded that? I think I heard 2 voices in quick succession.
I think
Tang.
Councillor Tang is the seconder.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Any questions? Any debate? Kate, please call the question. I'm a yes.
We're just missing 1 vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Therefore, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that the February 12th, 2026 special city council public hearing be canceled.
Kate?
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson, moved by Councillor Salvador. Any questions? Any debate? Please vote. I'm a yes. Oh, sorry, Councillor Elliott.
No, an error, just removed it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hearing no questions, hearing no debate. Call the question, please. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Once again, as the mayor cautions, that date is not a public hearing, but you should probably hold it because we may need it for other purposes. So, yes. Hearing nothing further, no other notices of motion, we are adjourned.